Hello, everybody. This is That Manga Dude, and welcome to a very, 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 very special episode. Today, we are taking on the wonderful, gigantic, humongous, massive manga bracket tournament for Weekly Shonen Jump. We have the top 64 manga as listed by my anime list, and we have ourselves three esteemed judges that I have brought together to get us the best the best ranking we can get to see what is the best Weekly Shonen Jump manga. So let's start with Axel, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Axelablaze. If you don't know me, you probably know my logo because I'm the dolphin guy that is on YouTube sometimes. And I'm very excited to rank our quote unquote top 64 since there's definitely an asterisk on that.
Yup. All right, Crash.
Hello, I am Crash, Manga Crash, as sometimes I'm called. And if you've never seen my Jump Rookies videos, you're about to see why I'm an awful judge, but we'll get to that.
All right, and last but not least, Trenton.
Hello, I'm Trentin. I have a channel called Trentin Art, and I mostly focus on Axe Shonen Jump series and Shonen Jump's history.
All right, so that is our esteemed judges, including myself, which I feel like I am the least, not prepared, but the least authority, like the on this kind of stuff. But I've read a lot more than I was expecting. So here are the rules before we get started. So these rankings are based off of the amount of members on my anime list for the manga series only. So these numbers that you're going to see throughout the video and throughout the bracket, you'll see is going to be completely based off of the amount of members who have that manga series on their account. Now, there are certain series that were included on this list that are no longer in Weekly Shonen Jump because they were moved to another magazine, blah, blah, blah. As such, our judgments will be based on their releases in the magazine. So for Chainsaw Man, it's going to be part 1 and not part 2. For JoJo's, it's up to part 6, etc., etc., etc. There were certain series that were omitted from this list that have more members on my anime list, but were not included for this bracket tournament. And that is because not enough of the judges had read the series enough, or at all, to give a proper judgment. So we wanted to include series so at least 2 judges have read previously. And last but not least, I just want to let everybody know that all of our opinions are our own at the end of the day. If you do not like where a series landed, feel free to use the bracket and choose your own winners. Okay, so that is all of the rules, and let's get started with the first round, and it is quite the first round because I think it surprised just about everybody on this list. But our first one is going to be Chainsaw Man, which is the first seed with 731,022 members, versus the 64th seed, which is me and Roboco at 4,086 members. Okay, so I get to start this one, and it's really easy for me because I actually haven't read Me and Roboco, so we get a nice free Chainsaw Man vote for me, and I don't have much to say about it yet because I kind of want to talk about it when we actually when I have to compare a series. But yeah, I'm just gonna choose Chainsaw Man right out. So Axel, you're next.
So as somebody that has read both of these, like it's apples. It's not even like apples and oranges. It's like apples and kumquats are just like really, really different worlds. But like as much as I want to give it to me and Roboco, and I really do, like unironically, like if we're talking specifically stuff that was in the magazine, so that means not including Chainsaw Man Part 2, it's hard to dispute how really good Chainsaw Man's first part was week to week, like as just one concise series where there was no bloat or anything to it. As much as I really want to give it to Roboco, I'm giving it to Chainsaw Man on this one. But like Roboco needs to be read because there's so much love for Japanese culture, history, let alone Shonen Jump in Roboco.
Gotcha. All right, Crash.
Well, this one, sucks for me because I mostly like Axel said, like I really like me and Roboko. It's really fun, and I kind of wanted to go further, but I'm probably the biggest Chainsaw Man fan of these four. I really love the manga so much. Not just part one, part two as well. I've reread it multiple times. It is possibly the second favorite manga from Shonen Jump to me out of everything that I've read. It's so good, and so yeah. Sorry, Roboko. My vote has to be Chainsaw Man. So sorry.
I think I feel similar to Crash and Axel. Roboco definitely deserves like a level of respect, especially as a long-running Jump gag manga. They're really important to the magazine, but sadly it's gone up against a juggernaut round one, so I have to vote for Chainsaw Man.
All right. Well, that was a surprising, or I guess not really that surprising sweep, but Chainsaw Man takes the first round and will move up to here. All right. This next one is rough for me, but I get to be the last judge to talk on this one. And that is going to be...
You say rough for you, but like this one's rough for me too, because I mean like, oh God, this one hurts. Like, okay, so like, Jump, obviously there's your Exorcist manga, and like the supernatural manga, and like Jump has its fair history of both, but like these are two of the biggest ones right here. Like one from the 2000s era, and then one from the like 90s, I think was Yu Yu Hakusho.
I believe so.
But like, oh my God, this one just hurts. As much as I love both, and I really do, like Shaman King has some of the like the coolest art from the 2000s with all of the spiritual designs and whatnot that they have. Of all the things, the thing that I'm going to hurt it for is the Shaman King version of the Zenkai boost from Dragon Ball, where it's just like, oh, you die, but then you come back stronger, and that literally is what the second half of the manga is compared to Yu Yu Hakusho. Like, I'm actually one of those weird people that likes Yu Yu Hakusho a little bit more than Hunter x Hunter, which is probably blasphemy to say, but I gotta give it to Yu Yu Hakusho, and that's not for lack of effort on Shaman King's part.
Yeah, this one is easy for me because Shaman King is kind of like a childhood anime for me. I grew up watching it, I grew up loving it, and then when I started reading manga, it was kind of one of the first manga I read from Jump, outside of the things that were ongoing at the time. And yeah, man, I really love it as well as late teen. The art is so cool, the story is great. I love the main villain of the manga, how he's so cool and amazing, man. And yeah, my vote has to go for it. I want to at one point read Yu Yu Hakusho, but people who know me know that I haven't actually read anything from Togashi, or I have. We'll get to that when we get to Hunter x Hunter, and I'll explain. But I kind of want to be extremely annoying and either wait for my Japanese to be good enough or for the translation to be up and have my first complete Togashi read be his cancelled rom-com manga from the 80s, because I think that'll be fun. But yeah, Shaman King gets my vote.
Oh boy, this is a really rough one first. I think they're both really quite pivotal manga as well for Jump. Yu Yu Hakusho especially, like 90s pillar, one of the big three manga that kind of carried it to its peak in the 90s, and then Shaman King is part of this new wave of battle manga. Both of them being like quite innovative, I think. And it's between like Shaman King's exploration of spirits in different cultures and how it integrates like this theme of friendship into a more global idea versus Yu Yu Hakusho, like establishing this cool formula with the Dark Tournament and then going crazy and doing all this weird stuff with like Chapter Black and beyond. I think that this is so hard to pick. I think I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna change my mind last second. I'm gonna go with Shaman King actually, because I read it recently. I think it's great, and I think the art has pushed it over. Because one thing I'll say about it is, it feels timeless visually, which I really, really love. So it gets my vote.
Got it. And then last but not least for me, I mean, this is a free house for you, Jim. For me personally, because Shaman King is my personal favorite manga, so Yu Yu Hakusho was never gonna win. However, I do think Yu Yu Hakusho is very, very good. I love Yusuke Urameshi. I think he's probably one of my personal favorite like Shonen Jump main characters, just because I like a delinquent character. I think he's really funny. And then Kuwabara is also genuinely great. And I'm not gonna try to pronounce the other characters. I think it's Kurama, and I never knew how to pronounce Hiei's name. I think it's Hiei, but I like the main
You
cast.
got it.
Sick. I've always enjoyed the main cast, but I mean, Shaman King, like with what Crash said, is like that's a childhood manga for me personally. It was one of the first manga I ever collected. And when it unfortunately did not finish in English the first time around, I was unbelievably sad, and I actually waited forever until they decided to reprint it with the new Kodansha releases here in English. So I waited a very, 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 very long time in order to finish the series. And while I don't think the ending is like the best in the world, I do think it fits with the overall theme of Shaman King. So for me personally, I'm gonna vote Shaman King. But Yu Yu Hakusho, you had a good fight. So let's move
We
that
do
up.
have to note, like, Shaman King in Jump is the original awful ending,
Yes,
which doesn't change my opinion of the whole package. But
agreed.
if we're ranking it, we do have to have that in mind.
Yes,
I mean, I'm salty because Kodansha made me buy 2 books
this is true.
to finish off my collection. I had to rebuy essentially like volume like 32 because they were like, "Oh, we want you to buy 2 books to finish your collection. Suck it."
Oh God.
I can't be too mad though. I love both series, so like even if I'm outvoted, it's still fine.
Yup. All right, up next we have number 16, Bakuman, with 186,249 members versus Ichi the Witch, which is probably one of the newest series on here at number 49 with 35,136. I'm genuinely surprised it's as high as it is, but Crash, take it away.
So actually, I was reading Ichi the Witch for this video because I think I only read like first 20 chapters, so I was trying to catch up as late as last night, and I'm in the middle of the Kokuraku, I think is his name, his arc, and that is amazing. So I have a little bit of recency bias for Ichi the Witch, as it's a manga that I'm currently in right now, and it's amazing, versus Bakuman, which is one of probably my like top 5 Shonen Jump series of all time. I think Bakuman has a massive problem, which is the very first volume. I think most people who read it now will point out that it aged awful. But once we get into the actual elements of the manga, of like writing manga and seeing these guys compete and everything, it's so good. And so I think I have to give it to Bakuman. Overall, I still think it's the best work. Maybe when I catch up with Ichi the Witch, that will change. But right now, yeah, Bakuman.
Oh, okay. Bakuman is such like a pivotal manga for a lot of people, especially if you're a fan of Shonen Jump, because it's likely the single biggest thing that's going to get you into how the magazine works and into kind of reading every series and everything. It is really creative when it wants to be. The artwork's great, with all the different fake manga and everything. It has been quite a while though, and while I'd really love to reread it, some of the things I remember are it being pretty outdated, it being misogynistic or really weird at points, and it also having the really truncated romance between the main character and their girlfriend. And then you have Ichi, which is one of the current golden children of the magazine. It has an insane author-artist duo working on it. Every chapter's been great, and it keeps expanding its world and cast with characters who are super well-defined and loved. Like Descaris is already an icon, I feel. It's great. It's really emotional. I'm looking forward to seeing how it develops. So I think I'm going to vote for Ichi on this occasion.
Gotcha. Okay, so this one's also really rough. Unfortunately, I really like Itchy the Witch. I think it's really good. I've only read the first 2 volumes because I am a print-only person for the most part. I very rarely read digital, but that will be broken later down later down in the bracket because there are some series that have not been released in English that I have read. But Bakuman is the reason I went into the major that I did for like university and for college. So it's kind of rough. I totally understand like why people are turned off by it because it is can be and is extremely misogynistic towards women authors. And I know like there are some things that happen obviously within the magazine itself. It's a very male dominated industry and a very male dominated magazine for the most part, especially during that time. But but I also think it's Obata in terms of his art at his best. I think other than Hikaru no Go, it's probably his best looking manga personally for me. The amount of just detail he puts into the backgrounds, the busyness, the chaos that you get with each of like the compositions, and it's one of the most intense manga without having any true action in it. So I'm still gonna vote Bakuman. Like Crash said, I think down the line maybe Ichi the Witch will switch. But at this current time, I gotta say Bakuman.
And I'm gonna preface this by saying I know I'm the biggest Ichi the Witch fan in this quartet of people. I know it. That there's not even a question. Like I have been Nishio Samu's one of her biggest warriors since forever because of Iruma. But it's so hard to put Ichi over Bakuman because it is still so early in the manga. Like there's still so much to cover with it, and I know it's gonna do great things. I know it will, because again, I am a Nishi fan. I am a Welcome to Demon School Iruma fan. I have seen her writing for years of what she's capable of. I have seen Usazaki's art. Like, because of Actage, I am very well familiar with what she is capable of. Despite the problems that Bakuman has, and there are numerous, and we have covered a lot of the main ones so far, it is a really well-constructed manga in terms of the actual, like, overall arcs of, like, just going from like what it's like to try and get into Shonen Jump for like one shots to actually running a serialization to how a serialization lives or dies competing against others, adaptations, etc. It covers a lot. There's a lot of covers wrong, and like that has made people's perspectives on Jump very bad for a very long time. But in this instance, I do have to give it to Bakuman for being as formative as it is in the industry.
Wow. I didn't expect Bakuman to win here, to be honest. But I gotta say I am slightly
I didn't
happy,
want it to necessarily. It's just it's Bakuman is so big. I think we can all agree on that. It might not survive for too long, but it survived here.
Well, okay, I just gotta make sure that's lined up there. Okay, so next, I think Bakuman might just make it a little bit further, but up next we have number 17, which is Shokugeki no Soma Food Wars at 185,341 members versus, okay, I think it's pronounced, is it pronounced Ease or Eyes? I've never heard anyone actually say it.
I think it's Eyes.
Eyes.
It's eyes.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, I've
You can almost read
both.
the hiragana on the cover, but I can't.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's really small. And it's at 34,639 members, and Trentin gets to lead this one.
Okay, I'm gonna talk about Eyes first because I haven't actually fully read Soma. Eyes is a perfectly fine romance drama series by Masakazu Katsura. Unfortunately, it's not my favorite romance drama series from him. It's got good artwork, it's solid enough, but better exists. And from what I have read of Food Wars, I like it quite a bit. I'm a big fan of cooking, so I will probably like it more. I think its run was quite long. I know some people don't like its ending. I haven't seen it, but I'm gonna tentatively vote for Food Wars because it was cool from what I've read.
Got it. Okay, this one. It's funny because I don't actually want to vote for Food Wars. Because I think the ending is genuinely one of the worst things I think I've read in Weekly Shonen Jump. That ending is so. It just is. For anyone who's actually read it, because I don't want to spoil it in case Trenton does end up finishing the series, which I'm assuming you probably will. But if you don't, it is certainly an ending of all time. But I will say that the first couple arcs were great. I love the main cast. I think like everything that has to do with the food is awesome. Obviously, like the fan service, it is what it is. It's actually in both series. Both have kind of like that fan servicey quality to them. And not to say that Eyes is bad or anything. But I will say it took me an extremely long time to read Eyes because I was genuinely terrified by those covers because the covers are kind of lean into that uncanny valley look, and it's definitely definitely something to get over because I think the art inside doesn't really look like that. I do think that the art's actually pretty good, but I'm gonna have to vote Food Wars on this one.
That's right, it's me. Okay. Already forgetting the order. Okay. So I have not read Eyes. For similar reasons as what's already been discussed. Like the covers have always just kind of thrown me off. So like it's not, and obviously it's not one of those manga that like gets talked about a lot when it comes to like Jump romance. But I have read Food Wars. I have read Shokugeki no Soma, and honestly, up to the last two arcs of the series, I think it's actually one of the stronger Jump series overall. It's kind of ironic that we're discussing it after Bakuman, considering it is an unconventional battle manga, and that is such a central focus of Bakuman. And I think Food Wars like really did it well with like actually fighting against each other with cooking. Not that that's new either, obviously, because like cooking manga had been a thing forever. But I really enjoy Food Wars, despite again things kind of petering off toward the end. I'm not as harsh on the ending, but I don't like the final arc either, so I get it. But I'm giving this one to Food Wars.
This is the hard one for me, and I'm glad my opinion does not matter at all. So I started reading Shokugeki no Soma for this video. So I read like 90 chapters last month, which is, I think, a lot. I don't know how it ends. I do plan on going back to it and find out because I am very curious as to how bad it can be. I like it. It's fun. I was surprised at how I was expecting it to be more fan servicing than it is. I don't know if it gets more fan servicey towards the end or not, or nothing. But
yes.
I was surprised.
Yes, that's all I'm gonna say.
All right, I'll look forward to that. But I do like it. The thing is, I really liked Eyes when I read it. I do not remember anything about it. You can't force me to say anything about it because I don't. The only thing I remember is one panel of one girl in front of a door and nothing else. And I remember that I really liked that because it was one of my first rom-coms at the time. I was like maybe 16, just coming out of like Lavina and Ichigo 100%. So it's hard. Do I go with nostalgia? Especially having in mind that Trentin has read it and says that it's worse than his other manga, which I do not. I've read it more recently and do not like. I forgot his name. Masakazu's
Masakazu
Video
Kashitara?
Girl Eye. Yeah, I don't like his Video Girl Eye. You know this. We've talked about this.
Yeah, yeah.
So if I go back to this manga now and it's worse than Video Girl Eye, I'll be sad.
I want to preface what I said as well. I don't think it's necessarily bad, but it doesn't really stand out as much to me. And we'll get into maybe why a bit later when we get to I.
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't it say something that you can't remember, like actual
No.
details for like how
You know what?
forgettable it is?
You'd expect that to be the case, but I can tell you I've read Flowers of Evil twice. I love Flowers of Evil both the first and second time I read it, and the second time I read it, I do not remember anything of the
Oh my
first time.
god.
And I read it almost 20 years ago.
Wow.
I'm not gonna remember it. So yeah, man, I'm gonna vote Ease because it doesn't matter, and I do remember liking it though. So
Got it. So it's crazy enough. There have been no upsets yet. It's been the exact who you would expect to win.
And we're not gonna stop anytime soon.
Until the next round, am I right? This is not a fair one at all. But we have to do it because God told us to.
Do we even have to discuss this one? Does anyone actually have anything to say to vote for the contrary here?
Well, I don't personally, but I'm gonna introduce it anyways. It's number 8 is Bleach with 426,211 members versus the Hunters Guild Red Hood at number 57, which is crazy that it's 57. That means there are 7 manga that are lower than at 21,300. This is my Atom Bomb versus Coughing Baby. And it's Bleach. I don't even know what to say. Bleach is like an actually completed series. And I think with Red Hood, it had a really good thing going, and then it just ends because it got axed. So I mean, it is what it is. I think the art's really good, and if the artist for Red Hood had a writer, I think they could go far, but they don't. And yeah, that's about as much as I can say about it. So Bleach for me.
Yeah, no, I agree. On both fronts, they really need to give him a writer, but Jump is afraid of pairing people up when it's worked really well previously. But I think it's ego. But yeah, no, Bleach. Obviously, it's so good. I mean, this is literally the biggest manga from my teenage years. So I can't vote anything but Bleach here.
So guys, hear me out. Redwood.
No.
I hate it.
All right, I'll hear you out.
I really like the first chapter, and then I think midway through the second chapter, I started disliking it. I don't get it. I don't get why people like this one so much out of all the Axe titles in Jump.
The one shot was better.
Ooh.
I believe you. The thing is, just to go against like you guys saying like maybe a writer, I do like Order of the Flames second half. So he's been improving. The art's been improving since Redwood. So I think a third manga from him I would be interested in seeing. It's not gonna be Bleach, man. So yeah, Bleach.
Even as I feel like the axed manga person here. It's Bleach. I'm not pushing for Red Hood. It is the Coughing Baby, and it gets nuked easily.
Yeah, I think this was probably the easiest one on the bracket for now. Let's see. Let's get into. Oh boy. Okay, this one is interesting. Mostly because I think it's just the controversy, but we're not talking about the author. We're talking about the manga. And this is 25 Gintama for 104,535 members versus Toriko at number 40, 50,523 members. So it is Axel's turn.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, and this is where it is going to get controversial here because I have not read Gintama. It. I know people talk about how daunting like One Piece is, but like you got to understand that Gintama is also daunting because it's a 900 chapter manga. And while this shouldn't influence it, my disdain for the Class 2B Hero Destroyers manga that he just started, I don't like his early like series humor, and I've heard that not to this extent, but there's like similar things with Gintama. My exposure to Gintama has been like, okay, here's a random clip that's circulating on the internet, and I'm watching it, and it's funny. But again, it is a clip that is taken out of context rather than like the whole episode itself and whatnot. And I get it. Gintama has a crazy big fandom and whatnot, but I actually do genuinely love Toriko. Like I've discussed this many times. If there was a manga world that I wanted to be part of, it was Toriko's, because everything is edible, and that is amazing. That the very concept is amazing. And yes, the manga has its problems, but it is also, again, this is one of those ones where I read in my teenage, like early adult years, and it was just a fun manga to read week to week. Which is crazy if you've looked at any of his other manga. And believe me, I hate his other manga, especially Build King. But Toriko is really good up till that last arc where he was just kind of told, hey, wrap it up. But like, I gotta give it to Toriko, and I know that's gonna be controversial.
These are two manga that I've never gone too far. Well, Gintama is like relatively. I've read 20 chapters of Toriko when it was like at the peak of popularity when the anime came out and everything. I never got the hype. A friend of mine loved it. He was also talking about Toriko. It was all about Gintama as well. He'd come watching this matchup. But I don't know if it was the art, if it was the characters. I just never got too much into it. But 20 chapters is also not enough to like properly judge the entire thing. Gintama I've read 100 chapters, which I think is enough to say something. It's funny. It's also extremely tiring to read because there's so much text, man. Like, Axel said 900 chapters. It's 700, but I believe it feels like 900 because those 100 chapters felt like 200 to read.
I actually thought it was 900. I didn't realize it was 700.
I think it's exactly 700 if I'm not wrong. Or something along those lines. But yeah, man, I'm still gonna vote for Gintama. I think it's good. It's just you can't binge it. You just have to like slowly go at it sometimes. But it has some cool moments. It is fun. I do enjoy the characters. So overall, it is a good manga. Yeah.
This one's a bit of a tough one for me because I have not read a lick of Toriko. One of the few things I haven't read any of here. Gintama, I have read some of and own like the first few volumes in English. But I've mainly experienced it through the anime, so I'm kind of missing out on all the text. That being said, Gintama is really great. The cast of characters is really fun. I think how it balances its comedy with the occasional like dramatic elements or like humanistic story is really nice. So I'd vote for Gintama.
Gotcha. Okay, this one's interesting because I've read both of these series, and I have not finished either of these series. Because with Gintama, I've only read up to the full English release, which is basically nothing. It's 23 volumes, I think it's for the full English release. And then for Toriko, I stopped reading around volume 33, so I was pretty far into it. Um, but if I were to rank them, like, see, the thing is, like, I had more fun reading Toriko, but I think Gintama personally, like, in general, was funnier, and I probably had a much better story. I think with Toriko, it gets a little repetitive after a while, where it's like, okay, we're going on the next adventure, but like nothing really happens, and it suddenly becomes more of like the which muscly man is going to be musclier than the other guy. Um, and it's not that it's bad or anything per se, but it does get a little repetitive for me personally. I think Gintama, I laughed harder, even if like some of the jokes kind of flew over my head because it's like, you know, they have a lot of like Japanese coded jokes, of course. But I think personally, I'm gonna choose Gintama over Toriko. So let's put that back. Let's grab this. Gintama, you are over here. Perfect. Okay, into the next part, we have ourselves. Oh boy, this one's easy for me, but I don't get to say anything yet. It is number 9, Promised Neverland versus number 56, Knights of the Zodiac, also known as in every other country, Saint Seiya. Let's get started. I believe this is Crash.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. So Saint Seiya is a very, very special manga to me, and the reason for it is because my hate for Saint Seiya indirectly is the reason why I have a channel. Because I hated it so much that I started doing a review of it, and then people liked the review, and I like doing reviews, and that kind of snowballed into making a YouTube channel. So it is special. For the wrong reasons. I don't want to go too much into detail, but mainly the fights, I think, have a problem of being like so stupidly over the top. Half of the fights are people reacting to over the top attacks over and over again, and then the power system is good guys win. That's the power system. The power system literally says, canon, it will change and make the main characters more powerful because they are the good guys, and that is stupid, and I hate it. And that isn't into going into detail of like all the minute details, things I hate on each and every single chapter, because I would be here for days. The Promised Neverland, I love the Promised Neverland's first arc. I love the Promised Neverland's Goldie Pound arc. Both of them are really, really good. I think it has just this little element of horror that is really interesting. I think the first arc's kind of like almost this Death Note-ish element of it. It's done really, really well. Obviously, the manga doesn't know how to, play that once they're out of the house. Spoilers, I guess. Goldie Pound is the only arc where they kind of like go back to it and are able to reuse those elements in a fun way. But everything else, man, it's not good. But it's still not as bad as Saint Seiya, though, so The Promised Neverland.
So, Saint Seiya, I really like Kurumada's artwork. I think it's brilliant. And I also like a lot of his series. I think Ring ni Kakuro is a really cool pivotal series for Jump in the 70s. I think some of his earlier stuff, Sukeban Arashi, is also really cool. Saint Seiya, sadly, is really, really repetitive. I don't find it fun at all. I'm really sorry, any South American fans, because it's huge there. We're probably not going to do it justice. And like Crash said with The Promised Neverland, its first arc is one of the best first arcs of manga. Like that weekly, that happening was so interesting and different, and it kept going on for quite a while, and it was still good throughout the bunker arc and then Goldie Pond. And then it gets weak, but overall I still think it's a pretty interesting and different manga. So I have to go with that over Saint Seiya.
I just want to say, for the South Americans, in Portugal we have kind of like the same culture, like Saint Seiya and Dragon Ball being the greatest thing ever. I grew up with Saint Seiya. I grew up watching the anime and loving it. I had toys of Saint Seiya. I loved it. Go read the manga now, man, guys. Go read the manga now. You're
What?
gonna be disappointed.
Crash is literally like, I understand where you're coming from, but you're wrong.
Exactly.
Oh man! Oh, this one's not even close to me because I haven't read Saint Seiya, so this is one of the this was one of the daunting series that I was like, okay, well, if I wanted to try to read something for this video for the ones that I haven't read, I'm not gonna read Saint Seiya because it's like 20 plus volumes, and I was like, I just gotta start knocking off the shorter ones. And I've never really been interested in it per se, because I was not until very recently, but I was a major hater of like the 80s style of art, like 80s 90s kind of style of art. So it just never particularly interested me. I probably will read it at some point, but Promise Neverland for me personally is one of my favorite Weekly Shonen Jump series, and I understand the dislike or maybe the possible hatred for the ending of the series, but I have a video eventually in my head, have not scripted it yet, about what I want to talk about with Promise Neverland, because there's a lot that I want to talk about specifically, because it's just like such an interesting, and for me personally, a complex manga. Maybe not for everybody, but I like how dark it is. I love the cast. I think it's one of the very few times where I actually liked the large cast. I'm usually a pretty big hater for large, giant casts of a lot of characters who don't typically get a lot of development in comparison. But I really like Promised Neverland, so it's gonna go Promised Neverland for me.
Okay, so Saint Seiya is very interesting in that it is a power scaler's wet dream, essentially. I had never known this until some other people in like a Twitter group chat were like, all right, guys, like pick like 8 to 10 people that you would describe as like the strongest characters in like all of manga. And there was this one guy who was like really adamant about putting in Saint Seiya because like we're talking in terms of equivalency, like black hole levels of power,
Oh,
which is kind of absurd. Like when you think of like other like Shonen Jump series, not that others aren't absurd themselves, but I was just like, that's happening in Saint Seiya. So like I totally believe the repetitive nature of it because I'm somebody that I grew up watching it rather than reading it, and obviously it's going to be repetitive when it's a bunch of dudes in armor just repeatedly fighting against each other. It's, I don't know, it's very like in a sense Monster of the Week almost. Not the same, but I mean like you know what I mean when it's like a fighting series and it's just like they're fighting and they're fighting and they're fighting and
yes.
they have to fight new people and it's like okay, like that is a lot of manga. Promised Neverland, I'm somebody where my exposure was the anime.
Oof.
And the first season was great. Sadly, they never made a second season of the anime. Don't know what happened there. But it would be absolutely crazy, right? If like they did make a second season of the anime and like they didn't like cover what is like arguably one of the best arcs in the series, from what I've heard. I wouldn't know because I didn't read it. That was very burned by that experience of a second anime season never airing. But like I do agree with what everybody else said about how like it goes against the grain of typical Shonen Jump series. It's not that common for like a horror series like that to be as prevalent in Shonen Jump as this one was. So I do got to give it to it, at least based off of how it started. But I do think Saint Seiya is fun.
All right.
I
Well,
do
that
have to
was
say,
easy.
I love how season 2 of Promised Neverland was so bad that people were hating on the manga's second half, and suddenly it just became, no, the manga is so much better. Like, how bad It has
Crash,
to be.
they never made a second
They
season.
never made it.
It
What
You're,
is
you're right.
season
You're right.
2? I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
There
that
is no
never
season
happened.
2 in Boston Say.
Oh my god. Okay. Up next, we have ourselves number 24, Mashal, at 111,534 members, versus number 41, Strawberry or Ichigo 100%, at 49,990. And this is Trenton's turn to host this one.
Okay, so I actually read Ichigo 100% for this, mainly because I'm not a big Mashal fan. I read it weekly. I thought it was a chore, even though it was only a few pages every week. I think it's really repetitive and not very funny. Ichigo 100% then is a perfectly competent romance drama series. I think it does a good job at making all the girls quite likable, and I don't think the main character was too insufferable either. I had a pretty solid ending, so I'm just gonna give it to Ichigo.
Gotcha. Okay. I see. Like, this one's interesting because I've read the first volume of Ichigo 100%, and I was like, this is fine. With Mashal, I've read the entire series, and while I do think it definitely reaches a lull in like multiple parts of the series, I do think that the comedy for me works like 60% of the time. I want to say I think like the physical comedy is hilarious. I do think Mash himself is actually a pretty pretty good main character. I wouldn't say he's amazing or anything, but he's pretty good. I think the where Mashal for me personally doesn't work too well is the rest of the cast, because I feel like the rest of the cast just is kind of there just to be like supportive of Mash. I mean, like they do have their moments personally. I get it, but for me personally, I feel like it's not really enough. But it's unfair because, like I said, I haven't really read enough of Strawberry 100% to really truly vote for it. So Mashal is my vote.
I mean, it's very, in terms of the side cast, it's very like One Punch Man. It's in that similar lane. Mashal is, where One Punch Man does the side cast better than Mashal, I think. Even though the side cast and Mashal actually, in the grand scheme of things, does things, whereas like the side cast in One Punch Man often fails. Like, so I will at least give that to the side characters of Mashal. They do what they need to do. I don't know. I think that the series does get a little bit more hate than it should. It's so easy to compare Mashal to so many other things because obviously it takes elements from a lot of other things. That's just kind of unfortunately the thing that happens as time goes on. You feel less original because so many other things have already come before you. And I think that is something that like Mashal definitely has to contend with. I have never read Ichigo 100%. It's another one of those things where it's just like, again, it's another rom-com from Jump, but it's just one of those ones where it's just like, okay, like, I have not read this. We are in the year 2026. Dear Lord, how dated is this going to be? And that's not to say that you can't read dated things. I read other dated things for this video. But like, I don't know if I want to give the pity vote to Ichigo 100% just because it is still like a pivotal rom-com in Jump. I'm going out on a limb here. I'm giving it to Ichigo 100% just because I think it is an important part of Jump history,
Wow.
despite me not reading it. Don't die.
We have somehow avoided a tie again. Yeah. My opinions of Mashal. I think Mashal is alright. I think the main joke of the manga works. Like the fact that he's strong and then bad guys are stupid and evil and then he punches them. It's fun. It's always fun. However, the rest of the jokes in the cast, they make me cringe. which is not a normal thing that actually happens to me while reading manga very often. Mashal makes me genuine, actual physically cringe. And then we have that versus Ichigo 100%, which is like one of the most like formative manga for me. It's weird for a manga like this to be a formative manga for me, but I still am kind of like a rom-com first guy when it comes to manga. That's kind of like my go-to. And this is probably my favorite Jump rom-com, maybe exception of Blue Box.
Wow.
Because that's really, really, really good. But I really love that. I love the cast of characters. I loved the flow, like the way the manga evolves, which sometimes when I'm reading rom-coms, I feel like it's a problem of the pacing. I don't think it was a problem for 0%. I really did like the ending of the manga as well. The mystery is very stupid of like who's the girl with the pink with the strawberry panties. It does get solved very early on and it moves to other things. And I really, just in general, really like Kawashida's manga. But yeah, Strawberry 100%, Ichigo 100%, whatever you want to call it, it gets my vote.
Look at that. We have our first upset. Strawberry 100%, also known as Ichigo 100%, in every other place but America for some reason, has moved on and beat Mashal. That's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Okay, this wow, this one's interesting. We have ourselves Demon Slayer at number 4 with 499,583 members versus number 61, which is Bobo at 11,294, which I think is criminally underlisted in terms of the amount of people who have this on my anime list. So those people need to get it together. And it's my turn to choose. And the thing is, you may not know this, but I am not the biggest fan of Demon Slayer. I think Demon Slayer completely falls off the rails like halfway through the series and becomes just a little too. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to explain it like in a good way, other than just to say like they kind of just kill people for killing's sake, which I've always been a big hater of in a lot of series where like characters are just dying because they have to, kind of thing. It's not really my cup of tea. Then comes Bobobo, which I think the anime is a lot better than the manga. I don't know what it is about the manga itself. I don't like the manga as much. It could be because the English release is genuinely bad, and how they released it, because they kind of released it in the middle of the series, if I remember correctly, for the English release, where they kind of just started in like not at the beginning of the series, but like somewhere like in the middle, and then they released it in 2 different parts in English. I don't know about anywhere else, but we got like the weird chunky volume, and then we got the individual volume series. But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm just gonna vote Bobobo for the sake of I just like Bobobo as a concept more than Demon Slayer. Yeah.
Yeah. So, oh my gosh. I think to your point, it's again like Bobobo, especially if you watched Toonami in the 2000s, you watched Bobobo. Like it was airing alongside series like Naruto, so like you had exposure that way, at least in English. But again, like the manga release is so weird, and like I'm somebody that owns 2 volumes somehow of the Bobobo manga, and I still don't know how. Thank you, Half Price Books, for just being a treasure trove of things that other people are giving away for whatever reason. And not to... Demon Slayer does deserve its flowers for being a series that, it defied the odds and it was able to survive when it first started, because at least from what I've heard, it, faced troubled waters in the beginning. I mean, Trentin would definitely, with all the axed manga that he's read. I'm sure he understands, the death flag of a series when, the final villain shows up like early on in the manga. And that could, it could have gone either way with this series, like with that happening. But I can't deny that certain decisions that were made as the series went on, like, I think hurt it a lot. Like it, we've discussed other series that like have big casts and how some do it right and some do it wrong. And like with Demon Slayer, it's one of those things where like, you have such a big cast and then it just starts not getting the attention it needs later on. But Bobobo is just straight up fun, which is crazy considering the mangaka then went on to make the worst Jump manga ever made. But like I am also going against the grain and I'm giving it to Bobobo, and this is insane.
So growing up in Portugal, we do have a little bit of a cultural difference that I have to learn when I started like interacting with the anime and manga community online. And one of the things I found out was that Bobobo has this weird cult following in America. And I knew, knowing the people that are in here, that if there was an ounce of Bobobo winning against Demon Slayer, we would be with the people around me. That said, I have not read Bobobo. I do like Demon Slayer. I was lucky enough to see my opinion of Demon Slayer going from underrated to overrated without actually having changed my opinion of Demon Slayer, which was fantastic. It's a fun manga. I think I really like the cast of characters, the main trio. I do think the manga gets better over time until it doesn't. But that beginning of the final arc, it's really, for me, the peak. I really love that there's some fights that among some of my favorite fights in recent Battle Shonen manga. So I have to vote to Demon Slayer, just because I never read Bobobo, I guess.
I'm pretty much there with Crash. I've only read a bit of Bobobo. I have some experience with Sawai other than that, with his other Jump series. And I'm not a fan of his comedy, sadly. So I would vote for Demon Slayer for similar reasons. It was like a fun read to read weekly, up until the end, where I feel like, some characters don't get enough time to shine, etc. The artwork as well is also something I want to point out as a big draw. I think Gatoge's style is really, really interesting. The covers especially just drew me in. But in this case, I think it's like its journey from a manga that could have easily be axed into something that was beating out One Piece in sales for a few years was insane. I think that deserves some props. So, well deserved vote on my end.
Well, we have ourselves a tie. So, I forgot to mention this up top, but because I forgot to pull up a coin flip thing for like the thing, I'm going to flip an actual coin. We're going to put Demon Slayer's heads, Bobobo is tails. I'm going to record it with my phone, and then on the video, people will be able to see that I'm not lying. Alright, here we go. And we got ourselves a tails. Oh my god.
You know what? I'm okay with this.
So
That's very Bobobo.
it is very Bobo to win on a coin flip. I don't know if it's going to... Well, it might win the next round. Who knows? But I doubt it. So we're moving Bobo for probably the biggest upset we're going to have because it beat the number 4 seed. Not that I'm surprised at all, winky face. Okay, let's move on.
God, we're gonna have Demon Slayer's fans just Oh god.
You know, it
I voted
happens.
for it.
They're coming
I don't
for us.
It's okay. They can come for me. I'm the one who made I'm the one who came up with the idea. It's and I flipped the coin, so it's so it's my fault. Okay. Up next, we have ourselves number 29. We Never Learn at 89,826 members versus number 36, Act Age at 56,838. Axel, take it away.
Okay, so this is one where I did actually read both. Oh no, I did not read both of these series as they came out. I was an anime person first for We Never Learn before reading the manga, but for Actage, I was reading it week to week. We Never Learn is fine. I think it's one of those. It's one of those rare manga that actually does give its flowers to all of the rom-com roots, which is nice because you don't always get that with a lot of series, especially like Shonen Jump rom-coms. So I think that was something that like they did really, really well. And overall, all of the romance roots, for the most part, like are like they're all enjoyable characters. But like we can't deny just how amazing Actage was when it was running. Like this oh, I'm so mad. This was going to be a generational series, and it was until the author was an awful person, which is also an unfortunate trend with Shonen Jump series. And it does, because of that, it does paint certain moments of Actage in a bad light, and I really hate that that has affected my like perspective on it. But despite that, Actage, it's a clear winner. Like it's so good for what we did get, and I will forever be upset that its legacy was tarnished because of a bad apple.
Yeah, if we take Actage, I was gonna say Actage, as a whole, the manga is so good. Like Axel said, I think we still have to have in mind that it just gets, it just ends midway through an arc, and there's so much of it that doesn't get resolved, which normally would be enough to still win my vote if it was not against We Never Learn. Which again, I am the rom-com guy. I'm the guy who votes on the rom-coms. I really like Nisekoi, and We Never Learn is Nisekoi, but without some of the problems that Nisekoi had throughout its run. It never feels as bad with its spacing. The characters are lovely. It has one of the best main characters in shonen rom-coms, which I understand that the bar is extremely low. But nonetheless, this guy is awesome. It's the only rom-com, RM rom-com, where my favorite character is the main character. That should not happen. We do have the elephant in the room, I guess, with We Never Learn, that the ending is weird, in which he just decides that every girl wins, I guess, depending on which volume you buy. Which, yay, the girl I wanted won, which was not gonna happen any other way. But it's still kind of like a cop-out. That said, I did enjoy most of the run, and the endings, I do like that they feel different from each other, and they touch on different side characters, different phases of the characters, ages, and everything. So I'm gonna vote We Never Learn.
Okay, between these two, I think for me, I did read Actage as it was serializing, and I did enjoy it. I think it's pretty strong as a manga, and the artwork's great. Definitely think back to Night on the Galactic Railroad and some of those scenes there quite vividly. But for me, We Never Learn is a lot more consistent, and it actually ends. It's been praised, I think, enough by Crash. It's solid, really good main character as well with Naruyuki. Unlike Crash, though, I really like the separate endings. I think it's really clever. It's really interesting, evoking dating sims or visual novels. So you can pick whichever one you want or just read them all, which I think is a very fun experience. So I'm gonna vote for We Never Learn.
Let's go. We Never Learn wins because I haven't read Active, so We Never
Oh my
Learn is
god.
my choice.
Oh my god.
I
This
mean-
is okay. I know some people that are gonna turn off the video at this point.
Okay, I mean to be fair, I mean, like I said, I am almost exclusively a print only reader. So Active obviously didn't get like almost anything in English. So I the chance of me reading it was already pretty low. But then obviously with all the stuff that happened with the author being a terrible person, yeah, it kind of threw me off of it. However, I don't even know if it would have won regardless because I actually really like We Never Learn just in general. Like Trentin mentioned, I love like the multiple endings. I could do without the teacher stuff. I could always do without the teacher stuff in my rom-coms. I know it's like a common trope, but I like almost all of the endings. And you know, the girl that I chose did win in one of the endings, so that's great. And that's what we appreciate about it. So We Never Learn moves on, which is not an upset because it is technically higher ranked. So you know, that's cool. All right. Okay, so up next, this one's interesting because it's actually the only one where I'm not going to have an opinion on it because I haven't read either of these series.
Oh my gosh.
I know. So
Well,
it's
there
called-
won't be a tie then.
Exactly. So it's number 13, Dr. Stone, with 214,515 members versus number 52, Witch Watch, at 25,025.
It's
Next Crash, I think
surprising.
it's your turn. Yeah.
Yeah. It's surprising to me like how far these two are in terms of like popularity. Because to me, it's so hard to choose because I feel like they rank pretty much the same level. That sweet spot of maybe they're not the top ones, but they're close. Like I really love Dr. Stone. I really love the characters, the journey that they go together. I really like the element of like a teaching manga or educational manga is what I want to say, where you kind of learn how to do these things and it's kind of fun to see what they do next. And oh god, I'm forgetting his name. He's not called Dr. Stone. He's Senku. Thank you. Senku, like he is possibly my favorite intelligent character of manga because I feel like so many of them are like, you know, light clones, and he's so fun. He's cool. I really love him. And then there's Witch Watch, which is kind of like this perfect blend of comedy and battle manga, and the cast is also so cool and really fun, and it has like all of these like some of the chapters are so great. Like the chapter where one of the cast members he slows himself, or no, he slows himself, or he goes faster. I forgot. I think he goes faster than the rest of the people around his house, so he can't interact with anyone and gets depressed. And they're like trying to speak slower to match his voice. Like there's like some imaginative elements in Witch Watch and Dr. Stone. Both of them have the same advisor because both of them use science in some ways. Dr. Stone obviously a little bit more realistic, if you want to call it that. And I'm talking because I don't know which one to vote. I don't know. They're like the same. I think if I had to pick one, I think I would go with Witch Watch because I think Dr. Stone, there are some arcs, some points where I feel like it's a bit of a low element, which sure, Witch Watch also have like bad chapters, but normally are bad chapters and not bad arcs. So I think I'm gonna vote for Witch Watch, but both of them are really close to me.
I'm in the same boat as Crash. Both of these are like the same level of quality. They're not like my favorite thing ever, but they're really good. Witch Watch, for all the reasons you mentioned, Crash, it's really good, still ongoing. It's blend of all its different things, drama, slice of life, it's gag elements. There are singular chapters which are absolutely amazing as comedies or as drama stuff, like the stuff with Nico when she's younger and Moi, and their weird like parent-child dynamic is really, really touching. The thing I think that wins over Witch Watch, though, with Dr. Stone is there are these low points in Dr. Stone, but I keep thinking about it, and it just has this attitude through Senku of how much he like loves humanity. The manga itself is like this ode to humanity and how we can all come together and rebuild everything, which is such a shonen idea. It's taking that aspect of friendship and multiplying it over and over and over. And it just feels really glorious and hopeful. And it's that feeling I'm kind of riding on. So I'm going to give my vote for Dr. Stone so we can see what Axel will do to break this mini tie.
Putting it all on Axel.
Oh, yeah.
It's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine. God. No, I definitely agree with the sentiments being given for both series. Like Witch Watch is overall a very fun series. I've never read Sket Dance. I've never read Ad Astra Lost in Space, but like this series has definitely made me interested in reading other series by Shinohara. And I really love the characters and the work that's done with them. There's highs, there's lows, like it definitely depends on who is like the focus character of the chapter and like what quirk we're focusing on with them. Dr. Stone in comparison is definitely like an epic tale. It's also an interesting one where the intended main character switched very early on in the series, considering that Taiju was meant to be like the main character, but then they realized, oh, Senku makes way more sense as the main character to follow, and it became a much more interesting manga because of that. I mean, that being said, obviously there's some suspension of belief that needs to happen in Dr. Stone when you consider genetics, because there's no way that 6 people should have repopulated that many people over the span of 1,000 years without things going wrong, but I digress. Like Dr. Stone as a whole is really, really fun, but I do hate that ending. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I know we've discussed other endings that are not great. I don't like the ending of Dr. Stone, and I'm gonna put that out there. And that's not to say that I'm not going to dislike the ending of Witch Watch, because I very well could, depending on how they decide to play it out. But oh my god, screw it. I'm giving it to Witch Watch.
Whoa!
Oh my god, Shonen OG is gonna hate us for this, but
yeah.
it had to be done.
It's okay, Shonen
Bro
OG's
just
not in the room right
retired
now.
Yeah, it's fine. He retired. This is what you get for retiring. Like,
He
no,
can still
I'm
get
kidding.
you on Twitter, but that's okay.
That's fine.
Alright, our next one, we have ourselves number 20 Sakamoto Days with 156,564 members versus number 45 Burn the Witch at 37,305. This is Trentin's turn.
I might get some hate for this. I really like Burn the Witch, especially over Bleach. I think Burn the Witch is really interesting. I think its world is really fun with all the dragons and their different uses. Kubo really like, I don't know, the way he just drew Reverse London is really, really cool to me. And I love the 2 main characters and the little story we do have with them. There is like room for more, but I think what we do have as well is quite nice. And then Sakamoto Days is a manga I've read weekly for years, and the best thing I can say about it is it's sometimes cool. I think as well, the thin Sakamoto design is a bit cowardly. His like usual fat appearance is so cool. I don't know why you would ever get rid of that. So I'm gonna give it to Burn the Witch.
Wow. I have read both of these series, and while I do like Burn the Witch, I think it's cool. I think like what Trenton mentioned, I think the world building is really great. I think the dragon stuff is really cool. I think like the way they use like magic in the same, and almost in the same aspect as they do, like the Soul Reapers, I guess. Why did I say it like that? The Soul Reapers from Bleach. But I really like Sakamoto Days. I know it's just like dumb fun popcorn like eating people just punching the crap out of each other kind of thing. But man, am I not entertained every single chapter that comes out, every single volume that comes out, something stupid is going to happen and I'm going to have a great time with it. And I think that's why I personally like Sakamoto Days so much. Do I think it's like the best series in the world? No. Do I think it's like... Do I think it definitely gets repetitive? Absolutely, it gets repetitive. But it does also have a lot of moments that I can't remember off the top of my head, like the fight, like in Tokyo Tower, and like the like airplane fight. There's like so many different fights that like come to mind that I have like burned into my memory for Sakamoto Days. So my vote goes to Sakamoto Days.
I really like Burn the Witch as a concept. And I think that's an important thing to say, that it feels more like a concept than an actual story. I mean, it's just one of those things with Kubo where it's just like, all right, he gives like he leaves a trail of crumbs that just goes nowhere. And it's the same for Bleach. I mean, with like Hellverse, it's just like, oh hey guys, here's a chapter of this start to a new arc, and I'm just not going to touch for years. And Burn the Witch feels very similar in that regard. Not that it isn't good for what it is, but again, it's just, I don't know, it's like going to a fine dining restaurant and like the food that you're given for like 50 plus bucks is like a just finger food that you finish in one bite. Sakamoto Days is not fine dining in that regard. Sakamoto Days is definitely like diner fare in comparison. But what I really enjoy about Sakamoto Days is the characters are fine, but I appreciate the fact that Sakamoto Days is so creative with how it does fights, where it is so focused on environmental aspects, like determining how things play out, like random things being used. So I really appreciate that. It's not the best, it has the highs and lows, but like I gotta give it to an actual series over what is just a concept to me. So I'm voting for Sakamoto Days.
The Battle of the Cool, I'd say, because that's kind of what I feel about Burn the Witch. It's a cool manga visually. I never really cared too much about the plot or the characters. I don't think it ever convinced me too much in the same way that Bleach did, which, to be fair, Bleach did also have like 700 more chapters to build its characters. But yeah, when I'm reading Burn the Witch, I'm more just using it as a Tiro Kubo's art book, I guess. Sakamoto Days, I don't know, it's cool as well. I don't know. Like the fights are so fun. I had a lot more fun reading Sakamoto Days. Does it have too much of a story? Maybe not. I do have to say, like, I am like a year and a half. The English word is missing from me, but I haven't read like the last year and a half worth of chapters. What I mean, and that's not because the manga isn't good. It's because I have a job, I am a dad, I have a YouTube channel. I'm a busy person. I can't. But whenever I'm reading Sakamoto Days, I just have fun. It reminds me of like when I was watching Jackie Chan's movies when you were a kid, or even more recently, the Shang-Chi movie. I really love the first part of that movie because it's just so much fun to watch, and that's what Sakamoto's Days is. It's just fun fights, the manga, and I love it so much. It's one of my favorite reads when I was reading it weekly. Um, and there's been other manga that tried to do the same, like Killer Blue, Shinobi Goro as well. But I think Sakamoto Days, the art, the way that the panels move and everything just makes it so much better, just flows so much better. Have to vote for it.
Sweet. All right. Sakamoto Days moves on. And then up next, oh boy. This one will get me into a little bit of hot water eventually. But we're going to go My Hero Academia is the 5th seed with 474,295 versus Dragon Quest The Adventure of Dai at the 60th seed with 14,092 members. And I think it's mine, right? Is it my choice? Because, spoiler alert, I haven't read My Hero Academia. I read the first chapter when it came out, and I was like, I don't like this. And I've never really cared for the art. I think it's gotten a lot better as Horikoshi has worked on the series, but it's never really drawn me in. It has that problem with the gigantic cast, and I just end up thinking there's too many characters, and I end up caring about nobody. So that's kind of why I've just been stopped on not wanting to read My Hero Academia, and also because it's long. So but I do think if I'm gonna choose Dragon Quest Adventure of Dai. I feel like that's pretty obvious because it's the only one that I've actually read. But even if it wasn't, I think I would still choose Dragon Quest Adventure of Dai. I think the series is really cool. I think it's a really nice introduction into the world of Dragon Quest without people who haven't played the game itself. And I like the art. I've always liked the art. Because it's by the same mangaka as Beat the Vandal Slayer, right? I believe.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Yes, and then that series is awesome. I think that series is really cool. I think it's very prototypical 90s 2000s action adventure series. But what can I say? I'm a big fan of action adventure series. So I think Dragon Quest Adventure Dai is really cool, and that's gonna take my vote for this one.
Yeah, it's so interesting to me that a spin-off of Dragon Quest became such a big manga phenomenon, because Japan loves Dragon Quest. I mean, it's also interesting because the original art of Dragon Quest is done by a different Jump mangaka, and that's Akira Toriyama. Akira Toriyama was the one that did the concept art for the entire Dragon Quest series. So for somebody else to come along and make a spin-off manga with an original story is really, really cool. That being said, my own exposure to Dai is some of the anime, as well as the mobile game Dragon Quest Tact, when that was a thing, and when we had the Dai crossover. So it's not, again, if you're somebody familiar with the actual Dragon Quest games, it's not the same, but it takes elements from it, and I think it's really good. That being said, I've loved My Hero Academia since chapter 1. I'm somebody that read it from the get-go. It was one of my first manga from when Jump was actually giving us releases that I was reading, and it's a good story. It's not without its faults, and believe me, there are people that will tell you all of its faults, but it's I think it's one of the better series from the modern Jump line. I can't not give it to My Hero, so I gotta give it the vote here. All right, Crash, now you're up.
Yeah. So I've never read Dragon Quest: The Adventure of Dai. It's always been one of those that I kind of want to read because I know it is important. It has an interesting role in Shonen Jump and in Dragon Quest history. That said, I do really like My Hero Academia. It's one of my favorite titles, like recent times, at least like battle shonens, which I did not expect. My Hero Academia and Black Clover came at a time where I was like a seinen fanboy. So I remember I read the first couple of chapters of My Hero Academia when they came out, and I was an edgy 20-year-old and called it mid and moved on with my life. And then years later, I went back to it, and I really love pretty much everything from All Might versus All for One, that first battle onwards. I think the second half of My Hero Academia is really good. Yes, there are some moments that I also don't like. That said, I do really like the that one arc that people hate, the Cool Festival arc. I do like it. I think it was really fun. Added an interesting villain to the story. I love everything that has to do with the adults, the role, Endeavor's entire story. There's just so many really good things about My Hero Academia. The ending does have some problems. I do believe it is overrated, and I'm happy to see overhated. And I'm happy to see the anime watchers are having a better reception of it, which hopefully will change the opinion of the ending as time moves on. My Hero Academia gets the vote.
As a big Jump history nerd, I really love Dai. I think it should get more credit, to be honest, because it executes a lot of these tropes you're probably familiar with before a lot of other manga, and also it does them like really well consistently. The idea of having a main trio of like two guys and a girl, Dragon Quest Dai is one of the first manga in Jump you'll see that in. It has a lot of like enemy switching sides and stuff as well, and it's also just this really fun adventure manga that keeps switching up like what's going on. All the characters and the cast gradually growing, and they're all really, really likable. I can definitely point to a tons of different characters I really, really love. Haven't finished it because for a while it wasn't getting new volumes, but now we're getting new volumes again. Yippee! And it's something I think more people should read because it's just really, really solid. And then it's up against My Hero Academia, which is a modern like Jump giant that I have a bit of a tenuous relationship with. I like parts of it. I don't like other parts of it. I dropped it at points. I think it's overall like pretty solid, but it just doesn't match up to the historical relevance and how unique Dai is within the magazine. So I'm gonna give it to Dragon Quest.
Oh no, we have another tie. Are we gonna upset some people? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I'm gonna flip the coin.
We will.
So My Hero Academia is heads and Dragon Quest Adventure of Dai is so we got ourselves. Yep, we got ourselves tails again.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
People just have to read to Dai. They have to see how good it is.
They do.
Trentin's
I mean,
cooking.
it is a good series. Yeah.
It's okay. We all know this is an objective story, or this is an objective list, right? Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, Dai got the vote by the people who read both of them, right?
Yeah.
No.
Because I haven't read.
No,
My Hero,
no.
so.
You. Oh yeah, that was the last thing I heard before I died. You only read the first chapter.
Yes, sirree. I know that's so. We're gonna destroy we're gonna piss off every fan base, and it's probably mostly just gonna be the big fan bases. But it is what it is. What can I say? We have ourselves number 28, Kagodabachi at 104,250 members versus number 37, Fist of the North Star with 52,184 members. I believe this is Axel, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's me. I I sadly have not read Fist of the North Star yet. It is one that I am collecting, so like I do, which I should say for a lot of these, I am at least collecting, and I have not started reading them yet. That is the case with Dai as well, even though I've watched some of the anime and whatnot. Um, I know how much impact Fist of the North Star has overall. Although even with me saying that, like most people, their extent of knowledge of Fist of the North Star is just Kenshiro punching really fast and saying you are already dead. Like no one like past that really speaks more about Fist of the North Star, which I think is unfortunate. But like, oh my god, Kagurabachi is one of those series where I shouldn't even say one of those series, because it's the way that it rose up is not normal, especially considering in the West, its reception genuinely did start out as a meme, like overall, before people started giving it like the actual time of day and were like, oh, there's actually like interesting things here. I think that it's doing a lot of things right overall. I think it is refreshing to see a main character that does not win all the time in a battle manga, because that doesn't always happen. Like there's a lot of the time where like the main character like loses, let's say like one time, and then they never lose again. So that is something that is refreshing with Kagurabachi, that there is that kind of back and forth. I don't know. I think it has a promising future. I know we have, well, there's not a precedent for this because we've voted through unfinished manga over finished ones before, but I am giving it to Kagurabachi on this one.
So I've read about like 30 or so chapters of Kagurabachi, which is a manga that I do like. Obviously, I think all of us had that phase before the first chapter dropped out when it looked like it's going to be a meme, it's going to be edgy, but once I read that first chapter, I actually really liked and how little edgy it actually is. It does have some, darker elements and what have you, but I felt the characters were fun, actually. And the entire manga just only gets better, at least until the part where I stopped. I do have to say, however, at the part where I stopped, I already start seeing what I'm going to call Jujutsu Kaisisms being thrown. The fights started to feel like Jujutsu Kaisen in some regards, in the way there was structure, there was the panels, the way that it had so much of the dialogues, and we will get into that when we get into that, but I'm not a fan of that. I don't know how that evolves going further, if it gets more or less. I have like 60 chapters still to read. But overall, it's a manga that I do like. Fist of the North Star is a manga that has so much history going into it, and it's one of the few manga that I've read of that caliber, that especially like Battle Shonen and Jump manga, that I've read it and I was like, I get it. Like, obviously there's so much of it that feels simple compared to current Battle Shonens. The battles are just Kenshiro punching people and saying omae mo shinderu, and then moving on to another place and beating people more. But there's something to Kenshiro's character that you can see how he molded every other Battle Shonen main character ever, and that somehow, even after like 40 or 50 years of history, is still among the best examples of a Battle Shonen main character out there. I think the biggest problem with Fist of North Star is that it is a bit repetitive in the arcs. Every arc feels like it's going to be the last one. Like every villain feels like this over-the-top, incredible thing that Kenshiro has to face, and then he just punches them and then moves on to the next big thing. The ending is also not the best. However, I still think, first of all, it's a manga that everyone should read. And I still think that overall it is better than Kagurabachi, not only in the level of, historic relevance of the manga, but also in the quality of the manga, at least, again, based at the 20, 30 chapters that I've read of Kagurabachi, which is a small number, I guess, but my vote goes to Fist of the North Star.
So these two are really, this is a hard one. It's one of the greatest of all time versus one of the rising ones. Fist of the North Star as well gets a lot of credit for like popularizing a lot of battle shonen stuff, and it's crazy if you actually look at the magazine before Fist of the North Star how cute and feminine Jump was at the time, with stuff like Dr. Slump, Stop Hibari, Cat's Eye. You had a lot of female characters front and center, and then comes Kenshiro, and after that you have so much more masculinity, a lot more battle manga start appearing. It's very funny and also interesting. As a series as well, I have no idea how Tetsuo Hara managed to draw this weekly. If you have the physicals, it's insane how detailed and how delicate like all the line work is. It's breathtaking. I also think while it is mostly like macho men fighting in this like really cool apocalyptic setting, there are these moments of genuine like heartfelt like emotion that shine through, which make Kenshiro really, really compelling. All of that being said, Kagurabachi was something I thought would be a really edgy manga that would maybe stick around or maybe be axed, and actually it's also incredibly thoughtful, and I really, really like it. I think what it's trying to say about revenge and legacy is really, really interesting, and it's slowly built up this really fun cast of characters, and I think it's well loved for a really good reason, and will probably end up being one of the big Shonen Jump manga on the level of like Demon Slayer or Jujutsu Kaisen as its anime comes out. So I'm gonna give it the vote.
Interesting. Okay. Wow. I don't see. It's interesting because I'm caught up in English print release for Kagurabachi, so I'm up to volume 7, which is what is the arc called? I guess it's like when they're getting all the swordsmen back together, like they're getting the crew back together. I don't know what the arc's called. I'm really bad at arc names, but I'm at that part in the series, and I have been vocal in my personal reading log videos talking about how I'm still not sold on Kagurabachi like as much as everybody else is. I do think it's fun. I think like the art's really good, and I like what Trentin was mentioning, and also what Axel was mentioning, how like the main character gets like the snot like punched out of him multiple times. And I like the ideas like that they are bringing to the table. But I think like the reason I'm gonna personally vote for Fist of the North Star is it comes down to the art and paneling. Specifically, Fist of the North Star's art, like Trentin was mentioning, it's gorgeous. I mean, there's so many things that you can look at and just enjoy just from the backgrounds alone. Not even like the characters or anything, but like just the backgrounds alone are so detailed, so well shaded, and just like it's really well done. And I have a lot of issues with Kagurabachi's paneling specifically. I think it just becomes really sometimes really hard to read. I think especially early in the series, there were times where I would be reading it and I'd show my wife and I'd be like, "Hey, look at these panels! Isn't this crazy?" I can't believe like that they wanted to do that, or thought that was a good idea. But so it really just comes down to that. I think both series are very good. It's really like the historical significance versus like the next big series. But I'm gonna personally vote for Fist of the North Star, which once again leads us to another coin flip. Should I flip it? Should I say that Fist of the North Star is heads and Kagurabachi is tails? Because tails seems to be winning a lot. That's up to you guys, though. What do you think?
You're gonna do that. It's gonna be heads.
This is true. Okay.
Just do it the way that you've been doing it, where the top one is heads and the bottom one is tails.
That means sometimes
you can't change it now.
Somebody's gonna win. All right, heads for Kagurabachi and Fist of the North Star is Tails. Here we go. Okay. And lo and behold, you guys were right. It is heads. That means Kagurabachi
okay.
does actually move on. That is
Okay, you have not lost the Kagurabachi audience.
The Bachi Bros would have killed me.
You know, that's one fandom that you haven't completely upset yet.
Everyone
Fist of the North Star
has turned off.
Okay.
No, we still have JoJo's.
Oh, don't worry, this one's easy. At least I personally think this is easy. So we have number 12, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, specifically parts 1 through 6, because that's what ran in Weekly Shonen Jump. Part 7, I think, had a couple of chapters, but we're not going to count it because most of it's in a different magazine. 219,019 members, which, just to give you guys a note, that number is specifically for part 6. So Stone Ocean is the surprisingly highest one for Weekly Shonen Jump numbers. And then against number 53, Ichinose Family's Deadly Sins at 23,087. So this is, I believe, Crash. Yeah, Crash.
Okay. Okay, so let's start with Ichinoses, I guess. I really like Takopi's Deadly Sins. Deadly Sins? Fuck, the names are confusing because they're similar.
Original Sin, I believe it is.
Original Sin, okay. It's really good. I think Ichinose Family could have been the same level of good. Especially with the looping system, I really found it interesting. But the manga does suffer from both being cancelled and also being dragged too much somehow at the same time. It just, as it moves forward, it just gets harder and harder to read, and then you get to understand, like, the author really loves that plot twist of things seem like they're going nicely just to punch you in the face, and he loves to punch you in the face with some amazing double spreads, but when it happens over and over and over and over again, it gets tiresome, man. So it could have been such a much better manga if it was like half the size that it is. JoJo's is a very, very hard thing to talk about when you just say 1 to 6. Now, let's remove the 6. I've only read parts 1 to 5. Part 1, I dislike it. I hate Jonathan. It's one of my least favorite characters of all time. I dislike Dio. I think he is the least interesting villain out of all the parts that I've read. He is a little bit better in part 3. I do think he's a little bit better in part 3, but even then, I don't like Dio compared to other villains. I think part 2 has a better cast of characters, probably one of the best cast of characters, which I really do like. Part 3 is fun. The longer you are with part 3, even though it is repetitive, it just feels fun to follow these characters. It is a nice manga. Part 4 is really good. I really like it. Especially the later half. It's the best villain, in my opinion, of JoJo up to part 5. And then part 5 has the best story and the worst fights. They're so confusing. They're so weird. The plot twists, the way that things resolve, are just so confusing. So my opinions of these manga are so different from part to part to part. If it was part 4, I would give it to JoJo's. Part 2, part 3, I'd probably still give it to JoJo's. If it was 1 or 5, I think I'd give it to Ichinose's Family's Deadly Sins. So it's hard. But I think I'm going to give it to JoJo's.
So, Ichinose first. I think this was a really interesting experience reading Weekly, because it's very psychological, surreal, dreamlike, and it's a mystery series, which you don't get too often. It's also something that gets lambasted here and there, and I feel like on a reread it might click more, because it was trying to say stuff about family, I think abuse, and also like how you fit in to your family and the world in general, which was really interesting. But then you're going up against JoJo, and not just a singular part, but all of it. And if this was just part 1, it would sweep like 95% of the manga on here because I love part one, but also I love the series in general. And the thing with JoJo as well is when you add all the parts together, you're getting the full benefit of the series, which is a series about legacy and humanity. So you getting each of the parts in sequence and all of the characters kind of passing on the torch, it just makes it even better. One thing I did before we recorded was originally JoJo parts 1 to 5 were serialized in Jump weekly. Araki didn't take breaks between the parts. It was just JoJo's Bizarre Adventure from 1987 to 1999. And he only took 6 weeks of hiatus that whole time, and they were only in part 5. So for almost 10 years, he didn't take like a proper break until, other than the like mandated breaks they have for like New Year's and stuff. And I think that's insane. Like he was in the magazine through pretty much the entire golden age, through it dipping in circulation up until almost the new millennium. It is a very like important Jump series that I also just love a ton. There's no way I can vote for Ichinose over it, so I'm voting JoJo all the way.
Yeah, this is going to be my second Atom Bomb versus Coughing Baby. I actually read Ichinose Family's Deadly Sins. That was the first of the new manga that I had not read on this bracket, and it made me so divided in my brain that I made a whole video on it, a whole essay video on it, talking about like how much I love the first like 20-ish chapters, and then I just feel like it completely derails at the end. Like at least once we introduce the I guess the big plot twist with the siblings. I won't say exactly in case somebody wants to read it. But I think everything to that point was great, and then everything after that and to that arc is just I don't know. I think it's really rough. I don't really like what like Taizan 5 is trying to say personally, at least personally. When he was what I think he's trying to say, and then comparing it to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, where I've read the first 4 parts and I've absolutely loved it. I've not read 5 and 6. I've only watched parts of it. But even if it was, even if I had only read the first like 3 parts, I probably would still vote JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It has a lot of love for a reason, and yeah, it's gonna be my vote.
I'll keep things short. It's Hydrogen Bomb Baby versus Coughing Baby. Pretty much. I'm also going to put respect on part 1's name. Ichinose's Family, it's fine for what it is, but it is heavy-handed, and I think that is what kind of makes it difficult. Maybe if it wasn't weekly, it could have been, I don't know, done better than what it was. Not to say that it was bad, but just not as good as it could have been. But yeah, JoJo all the way.
Cool. All right, and then once I move this over, we're at the final part of the first part of the bracket before we move to the second side. So we have ourselves number 21, which is Reborn, versus number 44, Mission Yozakura Family. And I believe this is... Wait. I'm trying to count... Is it me? Wait. No,
Right?
it's...
No,
no, actually,
Trent.
I think it's you, Trent. Trent, yeah.
Oh, it's me.
I believe
Oh,
so.
boy.
Yeah.
That's funny. Because I'm the number 1 Hitman Reborn hater. Hitman Reborn is, out of like all the long running Jump battle series, I think it's by far the worst. It is incredibly meandering. It's really frustrating to read. There is an arc halfway through the series where all the characters go to the future and they fight characters who can turn into dinosaurs or have dinosaur abilities, and it's boring. I think that fact alone just like should completely trash it. I just really, really don't like Reborn. And then we have Mission Yozakura Family, which is a series that grew on me a ton as I read it weekly. I think its cast is really likable. I think the 2 main leads, Tayo and Mutsumi, have really, really good chemistry, which is great when they're meant to be a married couple. And how it developed over the course of the series was really, really lovely. and it led to maybe one of the best Jump endings ever as well. Really, really solid series. Really want to see Gundara back again. It is getting my vote, undoubtedly.
Cool. So for me, I've read the same amount of volumes for both of these series, which is kind of funny thinking about it. I've read 6 volumes of both of these series, and I'm kind of middle of the road on both of them. Honestly, this is a coin flip for me, because neither series has really hooked me too much. I do like the art for Reborn. I think it's really cool. But the story, I'm just kind of meh on up to the point that I'm at. And then with Mission Yo Sakura Family, I think also has a lot of cool stuff about it. It's just that I've never liked the overprotective brother trope. And there is one front and center in Mission Yo Sakura Family, and it really annoys the crap out of me. I don't know. I'm gonna say Mission Yo Sakura Family just to keep it rolling.
You say keep it rolling, but it's 2-0. So I mean, that's it is what it is. But compared to Trentin, I am actually a giant Katekyo Hitman Reborn lover. This is one of the first series that I discovered on my own. Going into college, spreading my wings and reading manga online, and I absolutely love this series. Completely understand the future arc is weird. It's also one of those series that Mission Yo Sakura Family gets compared to a lot, because both series started as kind of like a gag series with action before making more of an action pivot overall. It's way more noted in Reborn, but also takes longer to get there. I also really love that Reborn has one of the more unique power systems in Shonen Jump. Having a power system that's mainly based off of elements of the sky, I think is really cool. It hasn't been done again. I will give Mission Yo Sakura Family its flowers. I think overall it is a very strong manga. I think it has problems in the later part of the manga where because focus shifts to new characters, we don't get I don't know. I don't think certain characters get enough love later on because of it, but I do agree that it has a really good ending. But that being said, I gotta give Reborn the vote because I would be doing 20's Axel a disservice for not voting for one of my favorite manga of the time.
Yeah, I feel like a little bit like Axel. Reborn was one of the first couple of manga that I read. I used to really love it. If we used the internet Wayback Machine to check my Animalist profile of 2012 or 2010, you'd see that I really love Reborn and Suna. I had the rings with my friends. We all of them bought rings, and we're gonna do a cosplay of Reborn. I was gonna be Lambo, and there's just so much of it. Reborn reminds me of a fun time that I had in my late teens, early 20s with my my classmates in college. That said, something did happen because I think it was around Future Arc where I started dropping off a little bit of Reborn. I did start liking it again, the final 2 arcs, and then I hated it, the final chapter of it. But since it ended, I feel like Reborn has been dropped more and more, and I go back to it, and the things that I do like about Reborn are the moments with my friends and not the manga itself as much. It feels dirty to compare it to Mission Sakura Family, or going against it in this sense, because Sakura Family is kind of like a new Reborn, but I have so much more of a recency bias towards it, where I may not have the nostalgia for it, but I really like it. I really love the 2 main characters. The relationship is amazing. I love the balance that it has between the battle manga moments and the more laid back gag slice of life moments. It is a manga that's always like pleasant to read. It's always fun. The siblings relationship is amazing, and if a manga has a good cast of characters that are all really good and they all have like good relationships with each other, I tend to love those manga. So Yozakura Family is one of my favorites of recent times. So it's a manga that I love now versus a manga that I used to love, but because I don't think I still love Reborn the same way that I used to, I am going to have to make a disservice to Trentin's Crash, and I'm gonna vote for Yozakura Family.
Wow. That's a pretty big upset here, actually, thinking about it. Wow. So Mission Yosakura Family moves on, and that is the first part of the bracket for the first round. So, so that side is done. We are now officially moving to the other side, and a very unfortunate first one, because if one of these manga was in any other place, I would vote for it. But unfortunately, it's against one of the juggernauts. So that's number 2, One Piece, with 698,161 members, versus Stop Hibari-kun at number 63 with 6,987. And it's actually my choice. And yeah, it's One Piece. I'm sorry. It's One Piece is one of those series that is. I think 100% deserves everything. All the love that it gets. It's such a fun series throughout. There are so many important and fun moments. The cast is amazing. The art, while not always amazing, has some really great moments throughout the story. I do think, personally, time skip One Piece has better art, at least in my opinion, just in terms of how fun and exciting it can be. But I still think that the post time skip has a lot of great stuff in it as well. I just really love One Piece, and to give Stop Hibari-kun just a little bit of praise, it's really great in terms of, I really love its art. I love the release that we just got from Piao2. I was so shocked. I tagged Crash, being like, "Look, someone's releasing Stop Hibari-kun in English. That's crazy." And yeah, after reading the first volume, I thought it was great. I think the representation, especially for the time, is just mind blowing that it even happened. And I'm excited to continue reading it. But yeah, in comparison to One Piece, I've got to vote One Piece.
So I actually read all of Stop Hibari-kun the night before recording this video, and it really is interesting seeing LGBT representation in the 80s. Obviously, the unfortunate thing in that regard is that it is presented in a gag format, so it's not necessarily given, it's not necessarily given the proper weight it should be in that regard. But I still think it's a really important history point in Shonen Jump to have that, again, especially for a series back in the 80s. Not to say, that being said, there are some very questionable gag stuff that also happens with it, but I mean, like, it's in the same vein of Akira Toriyama in that it's kind of like, feels like old man humor, despite being written by a guy in his late 20s at that point. It's also a manga where the mangaka himself inserts himself into the manga a lot, which it just, I don't know, I guess that's the thing maybe for the time for a gag series. But despite all that, you got to read One Piece. I mean, that's just a no contest there. It's a vote for One Piece.
Okay. So I'm just gonna talk about Hibari-kun just a little bit. I do have a whole video with my entire opinion of it. Just plugging it in because I don't want to drag it too much. I do really like Hibari's character. I do really like Higushi's art style. I've been looking recently at some of covers that he's done for albums, music albums, because of something that I'm doing, a personal project. And it's so good. It's like his heart is so good. I think the problem that I have with Hibari-kun is the gags. It's the gags. They're so much of the jokes aren't that funny, and maybe it's because we're so removed from the context of them. That said, the release that Piao 2 is releasing is so beautiful that every week I look at it and I ponder if I want to buy it anyways or not, and I think I will at some point because it's expensive to bring it to Portugal, but we do have a store here that has it for like almost $30. But it's just so beautiful, man. One Piece. My 3-year-old knows who Luffy is, and I'm gonna leave it at that and vote for One Piece.
It's so unfortunate that Hibari is in this position because it's such a cool series. I think also when I mentioned like the stuff about Fist of the North Star earlier, that period pre Fist of the North Star where Jump was a lot cuter, Hibari was kind of at the top. It had a lot of covers at the time. You had people behind the scenes trying to get more manga like it as well, published in Jump. And Iguchi also got away with just like not submitting in manuscripts. Hibari had like so many hiatuses throughout its run, and it just ended when Iguchi felt like it. It was almost Jump's golden goose, but it was too just out there, in a sense, too ahead of its time as well. I think how Hibari is depicted is really, really cool, because while it is a gag manga, I don't ever feel like the manga itself talks down to Hibari, and they always make sure Hibari is the coolest character on screen at all times. It is amazing, but One Piece exists, sadly, which I'm gonna vote for instead.
Yeah, like I said, if Hibari-kun was in like any other part of this bracket, I think it would have a chance of moving on. But going against One Piece, it's like, I don't know, it's just not fair. But unfortunately, that is the pros and cons of a seeded bracket, is that sometimes it just be that way. So up next we have ourselves Kuroko's Basketball, or Kuroko no Basket, as the 31st seed at 80,837 versus the number 34 seed, which is World Trigger, at 52,905. And I believe Axel is the host for this one.
Yep. So, I mean, I'm going to preface this by saying that I have never read World Trigger, which is unfortunate because I have heard nothing but good things. I have read Kuroko's Basketball. That was another one of those series where in my early 20s I discovered it, and I really enjoyed it for what it was. I was reading it as it was coming out. Not to say that it doesn't have its faults, because it definitely does, but it is a really fun basketball series overall. I really enjoy the characters. I really enjoy that it's like characters with superpowers playing basketball, but not really, but it also still kind of is. I mean, that being said, though, again, despite me not reading World Trigger, I can't deny the impact that this series has and continues to have, and the fact that it has an audience still to this day that is so huge, despite that it only gets released monthly, if even. Because there are a lot of hiatuses for, I shouldn't say necessarily hiatuses, but like monthly gaps for World Trigger. That in and of itself tells me just how much of an impact the series has. Not to mention the fact that like it's getting like a remake for the original part of the series too. Just goes to show how much love World Trigger still gets. So again, similar to Ichigo 100%, I'm giving this one to World Trigger despite me not having read this one yet.
I was going to say that I'm not sure if I'm apt to vote, because I never read Kuroko's Basketball. And I have read World Trigger up to the very first original hiatus. But I think, and I might be wrong, but I think that was when it moved magazines anyways. So I think I technically have read everything World Trigger has published in the Weekly Shonen Jump. I think. The manga was really fun though. I really loved the art style, the powers, the main character. It's been a long time since I've read it because it was ongoing at the time in Jump. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna vote for World Trigger. It was fun.
I've only read a few chapters of Kuroko. I think the initial idea is cool enough. I have read World Trigger though, and I'm a huge fan. I think it's really interesting. There's nothing else quite like it. It's very game-like and tactical with its battles, and the depth it has with Trion, its power system is very, very interesting. It also it just opts to do things in very different ways, and it's an example of a sci-fi series where it's humans versus aliens, which is pretty uncommon as well. Uh, Mainly because I've mostly only read World Trigger, I'm gonna vote for it instead of Kuroko.
Okay. Well, that's not what I was expecting to happen. So I've read both of these series a decent amount. And I have a major bias towards sports series. I love sports series. I tend to like even the ones that I don't care for as much. I still very much enjoy, which you'll see as we continue down the line. There is one series that I'll probably talk about, but um, I have a an interesting relationship with World Trigger because I have read a pretty decent amount of the series, but I have this issue with it, and I don't know if it gets fixed down the line, but it really feels like, and I know it's I would say a pretty common, um, I think, gripe about it. I don't know if that's still relevant these days, but that it really feels like a training arc over a training arc over a training arc over a training arc. It's for me that happened a lot in the beginning of the series. I don't know if that's still true now. And with Kuroko's, I like it. I don't know. It's fun. So my vote, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna vote for Kuroko's basketball, but World Trigger is going to move on. Which actually that means it's an upset, which is kind of interesting. I don't know if it's an upset or not, but we'll put that there. Okay. So now it's the Battle of the Sprats. It's number 15 Slam Dunk with 200,964 versus the 50th seed Prince of Tennis 28,512, and I believe this is going to be Crash. Yeah.
Yeah. I've only read Slam Dunk out of these two. I've always wanted to read Prince of Tennis, but it is like 80 volumes deep. Although I think it just ended, if I'm not wrong. That said, Slam Dunk is one of the greatest manga in general, not only like sports manga. The art of the manga is beautiful. Oh my god, I'm always forgetting the names, but the main character, like his arc throughout the manga, Sakuragi's arc throughout the manga is just so good. His love for basketball as the manga kind of like evolves. The final match of Slam Dunk, which is huge. It's one of the greatest things I've ever read in manga. Period. That ending is amazing. I want to see the movie. There's a movie about the final game
so
that I haven't watched. I have been told. So yeah, although it's not my favorite sports manga of all time, it's close to. That game is just that's a 10 out of 10. So yeah, Slam Dunk.
So, Prince of Tennis is an interesting one. I've just kind of read it all, not for this video, but because it's coming up in the next history video. So I wanted to read it all and research it. And it's interesting to see, like, it was relatively popular in the West, but I don't think its popularity has ever truly been translated because it was really, really big in Japan. There's a lot of fandom around it over there, especially around its like musicals and stuff. It being like a core proponent of why anime stage plays are so popular, it's because of Prince of Tennis musicals. It's also quite an interesting series. I think both of these series actually, I don't enjoy the beginnings of them very much, but they get a lot better over time. Prince of Tennis gets extremely crazy later on in some very, very fun ways. But Slam Dunk, on the other hand, gets to a point in that last match where it's that Danny DeVito gif, and it's like, I get it. Because it's absolutely beautiful. How Inoue did that in Weekly Jump, like Weekly is crazy, and it's also really pivotal to Jump as well, as one of the things that propelled it to its highest circulation number alongside Dragon Ball. So I've got to give it to Slam Dunk, I think, in the end.
Yeah, for me personally, so I've read both of these series all the way through. Well, at least the English release. So with Prince of Tennis, I've read the first section. I haven't read Prince of Tennis 2 because it's not out in English, I don't think, anywhere. Um, but I do think this is like the tale of two cities. In terms of like Slam Dunk is very realistic, very much like focused, honed in on like the actual sport. Prince of Tennis, while it is definitely very much like the superpower like sports. Kind of like where Kuroko lands, but I think Prince of Tennis really pushes it to like the ridiculousness factor, which I think is very entertaining to read. However, if I'm talking about like just in general how much I enjoyed it, I don't like Ryoma as a main character very much. I don't like the perfect main character. I know he's not technically perfect. There are parts at like towards the end of the first Prince of Tennis where Ryoma goes through an arc and stuff like that. And he finds the love for the game, and I love that part. However, I think Slam Dunk, I mean, just phenomenal manga. I think the cast is amazing. I love the entire team. I love how everybody like develops throughout the story. Like everyone's already kind of mentioned, that final game is like ridiculously good. I mean, the moments are hype. I was like actually cheering, which is like I know that kind of sounds cringe, but when I'm reading sports manga, I really get into it. So when I was reading that last game, I was like legit like screaming and hollering and being like, "Yeah, that's my team, that's my boys." And it kind of and like side effect that my wife also read Slam Dunk and was doing like the exact same thing. So I think it's just a testament to how good Slam Dunk is. So for me, it's gonna be Slam Dunk.
Right, so I can at least say that Prince of Tennis was printed in English because I've seen it in person. Um, Still kind of kicking myself that I didn't buy it, but like at the same time, it wasn't like all the volumes were in order at the store that I found it in. It's also worth noting that like the Prince of Tennis, like the anime debuted when Toonami was taken off of the air, but like Toonami Jetstream, like the anime streaming site, was a thing, and it was on there. So like again, compared to things like Bobobo or Naruto or literally anything else aired on like Toonami, like the Saturday programming, Prince of Tennis wasn't there. But that being said, like I think it is a really really fun manga, and I do think it speaks volumes that we haven't really seen another tennis manga come around, partly due in fact to the Prince of Tennis just being the monolith that it is in that particular sport. That being said, like everyone else has said, Slam Dunk is just amazing for what it is. Not that it doesn't have its faults. I think, again, like the earlier parts in Slam Dunk, they definitely do have their faults, but you really do come to love these characters on the team as they are, building themselves up to take on, the tournament favorites. Past that, what else? Oh my god, just went on a brain fart. But I finally got to read Slam Dunk last year after kind of somewhat coming back to a Manga Crash manga reading challenge that I'm still several years into doing, but I'm really glad that I have read both. But yeah, Slam Dunk, far and away, just super impactful.
Agreed. All right. Slam Dunk moves on, nice and easy. And oh man, this one is so rough. This upcoming, at least for me personally. So up next, we have ourselves the entire Dragon Ball series for the Americans and some other places, I suppose. Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z together as just Dragon Ball at the 18th seed with 183,406 versus the hype new series Akane Banashi at the 47th seed with 38,153.
So, yeah. I really, really like Dragon Ball. I didn't grow up with Dragon Ball. I don't think it's really that big in the UK. Yeah, I don't know. People can correct me there, but it wasn't on TV for me. Nobody talked about it really. But I have read it twice, mainly for Jump History stuff, and it's really, really good. It's so fun. I think above all else, Dragon Ball is a blast to read. Kanabanashi, though, is something really, really special. The way it brings a part of Japanese culture, rakugo, this storytelling medium where a person sits down on their knees and they can only act with their upper body, speak and use their hands or a fan, and translates that into this enthralling story. It just pulls you into each story, and it manages to convey like how each performer performs differently, how the stories they're performing can be performed differently as well in their own different styles. And then it also goes on to discuss the nature of art, how we interact with it, how we perform it, how we evolve as artists. It's incredibly fascinating, and it's also enriching, which is not something I feel like you can say about most Jump series. Eventually, I think Akane Banashi will be considered probably one of the greatest Jump series of all time, touch wood, unless something horrible happens, but it just keeps getting better and better, and every week I'm just kind of wowed by it. So maybe controversially, I'm gonna give it to Akane Banashi.
See, I'm kind of leaning the same way. It's really rough because I read Dragon Ball at a time. It was at the height of the pandemic, if that ages me in any way. Oh well. But at the height of the pandemic, my friends had we had celebrated like a closed door, very close by. Birthday, and I had gotten the Dragon Ball Z box set because I had been reading the original part of Dragon Ball, and I was loving it. I think the comedy is pretty solid. I love the action. I just love the way that Toriyama draws characters, regardless of age. I think he's really good at drawing characters of various ages, and being able to display that without having like crazy amount of tropes or kind of like I don't know how to call it, like stereotypical things that you would expect from like a certain age group. But I just love the characters. I love the alien designs. I love the action. I think the choreography for the fights, especially in the original Dragon Ball, but also in Z. But I think in the original one, like the combat, it just feels so raw and it moves so well. It flows so well. It's really exciting. But Akane Banashi is so good. I mean, after picking up that first volume and just being completely blown away with it, I am shocked when I do see people who don't like Akane Banashi and like say it kind of has a slow start, and I'm like, I kind of see that. But I think like what Trent was saying, the celebration of the art of storytelling and just the art in general is just so cool. I love like the surreal moments and like being able to see the stories like truly drawn out, like actually looks so cool, and it really adds to like how that storytelling feels for people who are watching it. And I just really like Akane as a main character. I love the side characters as well, and there's just a lot of really great moments across the board. So, I guess I would say a controversial pick. I'm gonna say Akane Banashi is my vote as well.
I mean, it definitely is worth mentioning how Dragon Ball changed shonen manga forever, whereas Fist of the North Star was kind of, the default format before that because of its popularity. Dragon Ball really changed the game. And I think it shouldn't be understated how much of an impact Dragon Ball had on the world as a whole, especially because, you know, Dragon Ball Z specifically. If you're somebody from the West, like Dragon Ball Z, the anime came out before Dragon Ball did, which I think is a disservice to it. Just because I don't know, I'm definitely one of those people that I do think that early Dragon Ball beats out Dragon Ball Z. But it is something that's really important culturally. And I do think for the most part it holds up to today. Like, you could definitely pick up Dragon Ball today, and it is still a really, really great read. But yeah, God, it really is. Akane Banashi is so good. Like, it really is just. It defies expectations. Like, it's one of those ones where, like, you know, kind of going back to the whole Red Hood, like, oh, he should have like you know, a writer for him. That is the case for Akane Banashi. The artist for Akane Banashi did Ole Golazo before Akane Banashi, and Ole Golazo was a soccer manga, a football manga that sucked. It was one of the faster axes for Jump overall. But it's night and day looking at the art from Ole Golazo to Akane Banashi. Like, oh my god. Like, this when this manga ends, it definitely is going to be in discussions for, you know, one of the best Jump series of all time. I genuinely believe that. So as much as it pains me to an extent to not put Dragon Ball through, I gotta give it to Akane Banashi.
I just want to say, when we're talking Slam Dunk versus Prince of Tennis, I was looking at the Dragon Ball. I was thinking like, I wonder who's the poor fucker's gonna go against Dragon Ball. And then I saw it was Akane Banashi, and I did the speed kind of, like, you know, the smile face, because I knew this was gonna happen. Because
I need group of 4 to do it.
Yeah, there was. I'm late on all ongoing manga except One Piece, so I am
What?
Yeah, I am about a year behind on Akane Banashi. I've heard a lot of really good things of recent chapters. Nonetheless, the manga is, even up to the point where I've read it, amazing. The characters, the moments where they're doing the Rakugo, the way that the art manages to show acting. I do have to say, I know some manga that do a little bit better. I do prefer ActAge. I do prefer Kasane a little bit in terms of acting manga. Nonetheless, I do love Akane Banashi. Dragon Ball, however, it's... How should I say it? I'm Portuguese. In 2013-14, Dragon Ball was airing an episode of Dragon Ball GT, and the Dragon Ball Z at the same time. And that was until they stopped at the late 2010s. That was the first time they stopped airing Dragon Ball on national television since it started in, you know, mid 90s. It is the most popular show, overall show in Portugal. It is it has a level of importance to me, and like that nothing else really kind of can have, just in the size of how not just me but everyone I know just absolutely loved it, just absolutely had it. And then I read the Dragon Ball manga for the first time 2-3 years ago, which I was doing it for a video because I wanted to see how it compared. I took a couple weeks break between the original Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, and the news of Toriyama's death came during those break weeks. So I read Toriyama died when I was reading Dragon Ball, and that changed the way I was reading the manga as well moving forward. It was such a surreal experience. I was also like kind of lucky because Portugal did air the original Dragon Ball. first. So I was able to experience Kid Goku before I got into the insanity that is Dragon Ball Z. And just like Axel, I do prefer those early parts of the manga. My favorite arc, I think, is against Piccolo. The first arc against Piccolo. It's so good. And I know it's not gonna win, but I am gonna vote for Dragon Ball nonetheless, because someone has to.
Someone has to. I feel like and you can't see it, but I am currently saluting Dragon Ball because it is what it is. It happened. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Dragon Ball. I love you. I love you dearly. However, I went up against Akane Banashi and another massive upset. Holy crap!
Honestly, this might be the most massive. Oh no, Bobobo upsetting Demon Slayer. Yeah, no, this isn't
No,
the biggest upset, but it's one of them.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
massive.
definitely.
Oh my god. Alright, so our next matchup is going to be number 7, Death Note, with 429,907 members versus number 58 seed, Dr. Slump at 18,949. And I get to start with this one, and lo and behold, we have another one where I actually have not read Dr. Slump. And I am ashamed to say that in a way, but also I'm like, I started reading manga in 2006, and at that time, like Doctor Slump, I don't know if it was probably still being published by Viz Media here in America, but I wasn't really like reading any comedy manga, so definitely wasn't on my radar. And I was a certified Akira Toriyama hater at the time, so I thought, oh, Dragon Ball Z is so overrated, so I'm not gonna read anything by him. On the contrast, I have read Death Note, and Takashi Obata is one of my favorite mangaka of all time, just in terms of art style. Sugumi Oba I have mixed opinions on. I don't know. They're certainly a writer of all time. But I think Death Note is probably the best they've been, for better or for worse. I do think Bakuman, personally, I like more. But I do think that Death Note is a better overall story for the most part. I think Light's a cool character. I like all of, like the Shinigami, especially Ryuk and I believe Rem as the like the Misa's Shinigami. But I like the story overall. I do think it kind of almost falls apart towards the end when they introduce Mello and the other guy. I can't remember. Nier, that's his name. But overall, I do think Death Note is good. So my vote is going to go towards Death Note.
So I'm also unfortunately in the camp of I have not read Dr. Slump, but that being said, I have at least read Akira Toriyama's Manga Theater, the hardcover collection of his little shorts and whatnot that he published, and the vast majority of those are his gag-centric ones. So while I haven't read Dr. Slump, and I've absorbed some of it through just manga pop culture like osmosis, like I'd probably enjoy it, but like I said, I just have not read it yet. Death Note is actually one where I read it for the first time last year when I was doing my manga challenge. So I had never actually read through or watched through Death Note. I'd watched like clips on Toonami and that. But I do have to give it props for being a very unique Jump series in that it does have a villain as the main character. That's really not something that you see in Shonen Jump like much. I assume Trentin probably knows a little bit more just based on like or the manga history that he's done on his channel, but I won't go too hard on the misogyny side of things because we already did that with Bakuman, but I do agree that it's a better story overall. I think like it's cohesive, like and it does kind of fall apart toward the end because of what happens. But I do give this one Death Note over Dr. Slump. I shouldn't say only because I haven't read Dr. Slump, but Death Note gets my vote too.
So I have read Dr. Slump, not in its entirety, but about like half of Dr. Slump. And I really liked it, at least especially compared to Stop Ibari-kun I thought was, for the most part, it's really funny. Obviously, some of the jokes are outdated. You can see that in Dragon Ball, and as you might expect, it is also true for Doctor Slump. But it's really imaginative, and the paneling is really out there. The fourth wall breaks are really fun. I really enjoy Doctor Slump. Um, that note, I have not read the manga. However, I have seen the anime on television. I remember when I was like maybe 14, 15, I would record the That Note episodes and I watched them when I got home, and I really liked it, especially because at the time it was like maybe my third anime. I think probably the first anime I watched fully, um, maybe just in general actually. Um, but I was watching like the Big Three and stuff like that at the time as well. So I do have good memories of that note. However, as I look back at it, I just don't feel like I would mesh with the story as much now as I did back then. I do have the manga volumes, the first 5 black editions. I think there's 6 of them, and I need to go back to them and see. But they're just like whenever I think back on that note, I just don't remember exactly why I liked it as much, especially because I think Light um, has kind of damaged manga in a way where I feel like I see so many like Light characters, like inspired in Light, that are awful, and they permeate so many like manga out there, especially in the late 2000s, early 2010s. However, with that said, I do think it is overall a better story than Doctor Slump, although it's kind of like unfair to compare both of them because Doctor Slump doesn't really have a story. But my vote just slightly goes to Death Note over Doctor Slump.
Okay, I've read both. Doctor Slump is great. I think as a gag manga, it's held up remarkably well. Like, obviously, there's a few jokes here and there which don't, but it's consistently funny. It's really charming. I think some of Toriyama's best art is actually in Doctor Slump over Dragon Ball because he gets really creative with his paneling and his gags and just the things he draws. Arele is also a really, really fun protagonist. It's just a really interesting series, which I wish I could push more, but it's up against Death Note, which is just such a different series for Jump. They tried for years to get like a crime mystery series published in the like mid to late 90s, and it would take until the early 2000s for one to pop up, and it became huge. But it's also just based on, it has this such an innovative concept with the Death Note. Like Axel mentioned earlier, the way you follow the villain essentially is really interesting. And even though he is a really shallow and not very likable character, it's those qualities and then that kind of put up against the other characters in the story, like Elle and the other members of the task force and stuff, that just makes it a very compelling read. I also want to say on the ending, there's been like forever almost. The ending isn't as good, and it definitely isn't as strong as some of the earlier portions. But when you bring the anime into it, especially, and this isn't something too many people point out, I feel, the anime kind of condensed the last bit of the story a ton. So there's a lot more in the manga at the end, and I've read through it twice, and I think the ending isn't that bad. Especially the very end, I think is great. So yeah, I'm gonna vote for Death Note here. It's definitely just such a unique series, and I think it deserves to move on.
Look at that. All right. not not what I was expecting, I'm not gonna lie. But it's Death Note, it's the 7th seed, so it's kind of expected to at least make it past. But our next matchup is going to be a rough one for me, which is funny because I get to be the last person to talk on this specific one. But it is the 39th seed, Hikaru no Go, 50,303 members, versus the number 26 seed, Blue Box, at 102,963 members.
Fun. We get to start with the notorious biggest hater of Hikaru no Go. Wow. Um, I am not shy in my feelings of my disdain for Hikaru no Go. This is one of those series that I read when I was much younger, when I was discovering manga for the first time, and my public library having like a section of the library that was dedicated to manga. Back when it wasn't so big, so it was literally just like one bookshelf of manga. So like it was like this, Ranma, Dragon Drive, Read or Die, like a few other ones, but this one was notorious for me just because like I enjoyed it up to a point. And then at a certain point I was just like, oh my god, uh just, so in comparison, I do defend Blue Box against a lot of the modern narrative against it. Um, like it's it's one of those, it's a sports and rom com, not even necessarily rom com, but like romance um, mix. Although sometimes they don't do the sports as well as they should, but uh, I think it is a really good series. It's also like wrapping up right now, and I've enjoyed the ride that we've gone on. It's not perfect in any way. I'm definitely not going to be one of the ones that would say that. But I think it has been a very good romance series in Shonen Jump. As like contentious as that might be to say, especially for me saying I haven't read X, Y, and Z romance series from Jump before. But because of my sheer disdain for Hikaru no Go, and not that exclusively, but my vote is for Blue Box.
So I've read Hikaru no Go a while ago. Um, I remember liking it, especially because it was one of the maybe the first sports manga, or let's just the first sports manga of a sport I wasn't very familiar with that I really enjoyed. Uh, I do remember, and I don't want to talk too much about this because maybe I'll get Axel started, but I do remember not liking the ending of the manga. I don't remember exactly. I feel like it was rushed a little bit, came out of nowhere. Um, but I do. I
Came out of
again,
nowhere,
this
if
is
I remember right.
yeah. I do remember again liking the games of Go, liking the characters, the rivalry, liking the ghost. That said, Blue Box, I think I mentioned earlier in the bracket that it is one of my favorite rom-coms of Shonen Jump, and as you may have noticed up to this point, I really love rom-coms, so that's saying a lot. I do like the sport element of it, but I never consider this manga to be a sports manga, so I'm not bothered that it doesn't focus on that as much as it could if it was a pure sports manga, because that's not what Blue Box is about. Blue Box is about the romance, and I feel like it's very cute. I really like the relationship between all of the characters. It feels the pacing and everything. It feels natural, which is something that is very rare to be that you can say that about a shonen rom-com, that the romance feels natural. Maybe a little bit slow, but I feel like in high school that can happen. And it just gives me like really good feelings, nostalgic feelings as well of being in high school. Um, and it's just really, really cute, really, really lovely, and I like it a lot. So it gets my vote.
So I read Hikaru no Go a few years ago, and I think it's brilliant. When I was reading, I got so into it. I showed my dad at the time, and we played a lot of board games together. And he got into it, and he just ordered like a cheap Go board, and we started playing Go as I was finishing the series. So that's how much impact it's had, like on a, oh, here's the sport. Are you interested? Try it for yourself, kind of thing. I think if a sports manga can do that, hobby manga can do that, then it's there's something there. There's something special there, and that translates to Japan too because it helped cause a massive go boom in the early 2000s. As a story as well, I think it's really interesting because it takes this coming of age kind of story about maturity, and I think it shows it really well through Hikaru's development, through his relationship with Sai, and it gets surprisingly emotional, but in I want to say like a subtle way. Then there's the idea of just Go as a connective force and how it explores that through things like Internet Go with the early internet, through Psy. So there's this historical angle there as well. Go is this game that's connecting people throughout space and time, throughout like the whole world too. I don't really remember the ending too much. I remember liking it, but it definitely did feel a little like why are we ending here type thing, or maybe it kind of moved on quite fast. The artwork as well, I think this might be Obata at his best, and you get to see this development throughout as well, and it kind of parallels Hikaru's maturing, which I really like. Blue Box, I think other people here have kind of talked about it better than me, but I think it's a really solid romance series that doesn't have a lot of the kind of sillier trappings of the other ones. It's very genuine, it's very sweet, and over the course of reading it throughout its entire run, it's grown on me immensely. But I think I like Hikaru no Go just that bit more, so I'm going to give it to that.
To Axel and stating that I am like the Hikaru no Go big lover, big fan. Wouldn't change a thing. I really love Hikaru no Go. It's one of the like I want to say one of the first maybe 10 or 20 series that I started collecting when I was starting to collect back in 2006. And I remember reading it in a Shonen Jump magazine here in America, and I was like, "What is this weird thing that kind of looks like chess, but it's not chess?" But it got me completely sucked into the world of Go. It got me really interested in like how the game is played. I still don't really understand how it's played, but it's just a really I don't know. It's a really beautiful manga. It did almost make me cry. I think in the last volume, and I think I'm one of the very few people who does think that the ending is not as bad as everyone else thinks it is. But I absolutely love Hikaru no Go, and also I'm also extremely biased because I have actually got to see it in person. Because while I was in Japan for my honeymoon, there was a Hikaru no Go exhibit, and I got to see like manga pages and manga panels from the start of the series all the way to the end, as well as like a bunch of the color stuff. So being able to see it up close as well is just like Trenton was saying, it's I would say Takashi Obata just about at his best, if not at his best. I mean, like some of the work that he does in both color and in black and white is remarkable. And it's not to say that Blue Box is a bad manga per se, but I've always been under the impression that Blue Box is very much a jack of all trades, master of none kind of thing. Like it does everything either good or average. Like I think the romance is fine. I think the sports stuff is awesome when it happens. It just unfortunately I don't think it happens enough for me to be super happy about it because like I love how dynamic a lot of the posing can be, a lot of the drawings for when they're playing badminton and also basketball. But it doesn't happen enough for me to be like, wow, I really wish there was more of this. Um, so my vote is gonna go for Hikaru no Go, which I believe now is a tie, right? Or wait, no, wait, Crash. You said
I voted Blue Box.
okay, so it is a
So it's a
tie.
tie.
Oh
It's a
boy,
tie.
Unfortunately,
here we
a
go.
tie.
What do you mean,
The
unfortunately?
coin.
That coin.
It's unfortunately a tie.
It's really funny because it's like you're not gonna be able to see the coin flip until I put it into like the full video. But okay, here we go. So
We
heads
believe in you.
is for Hikaru no Go, and blue box is tails. Please be heads because I said so. This is not biased. Here we go. Okay, come on, come on. Did we get it? Yes. All right. That is that. If you couldn't tell by my excitement, that was a heads. So
Yes,
it's gonna be
yeah.
Hikaru no Go, baby.
That does make a next match interesting in that bracket.
It
Uh,
definitely.
that one.
And it's funny because I know
He's making it so misogyny wins one way or another.
Hey,
You know where you
No.
lie.
hey, wait a minute. I don't like where this is
To be
going.
fair, Hikaru no Go is written by Yumi
Woman,
Hotta
yeah.
and not
Yeah, not Oba.
Oba.
Fair enough, but the taint is there.
Sure. Sure. All right, this is an interesting matchup because I actually didn't know what the other manga was, except for when Crash, I think, mentioned it like maybe like last year or something. But that is going to be the 10th seed with Her X Hunter at 313,100 members versus number 55, which is Majin Tante Nogami Neuro at 22,238 members. So, Crash, take it away.
Yeah. So I feel like I know which manga is gonna win already. So I'm just gonna say I have not read Under Hunter. I have seen the anime, the 90s anime, the first arc of it, the exam arc. I really liked it. It was really fun. Again, I watched it around the same time I was watching Death Note. I was watching it on television. I did start reading a little bit of the manga, the second arc, but no, didn't go that far. Didn't even finish that arc. Um, and I think I have a video where I tell people, please stop telling me to read it under Hunt. So that will tell you which one I'll vote. But I don't think it'll win. So I'm just gonna gush about Nero because Nero is actually one of my all-time favorite Shonen Jump series. For those that do not know, it is by the same mangaka as The Elusive Samurai and Assassination Classroom. He is one of the very few mangaka in Jump that do have 3 different successful titles, and he has 3 titles on 3 different decades, which is interesting. I really like Nero, the main character in itself. He's really stupid, really evil, which is very different from most of these Shonen Jump characters you tend to see. I also like that this is a little bit more darker. It has a little bit of a. It was supposed to be a Detective Conan meets Supernatural, and at the beginning it does feel like that, where there's a lot of like mysteries to solve, and they're really fun. Eventually, it does turn into a battle shonen. But that said, I also really love the villain X. He has this thing where he just absolutely massacres his victims, but he does that because he wants to know who he is. Because X, or who she is, we don't know. Because X is able to change his format. He doesn't know what he actually looks like, and they want to find out. And it's very interesting. The ending of the manga isn't as good as the first 2/3, I'd say, as is usual for Shonen Jump. But I feel like this is a manga that really needs a little bit more attention. I feel like even among fans of Assassination Classroom, this one doesn't get much attention. Maybe it's the art style. I will admit the art style is really ugly. He does get a lot better in Assassination Classroom and a lot better in The Elusive Samurai, having in mind it's 20 years later. But even then, I think there's a charm to Nero and the characters and the story that I haven't found in Jump a lot. So my vote goes to Nero, even though all of these guys are going to vote for Hunter x Hunter, I'm sure.
Sadly, Nero is one of the one of the few things I haven't read on this list, so I can't talk about it. I am excited to try it though. On Hunter x Hunter, I'm not going to talk about the big things about it, but rereading it recently, a few things just have really stuck with me, and that's just how personal and eclectic it feels in relation to Togashi. There's these parts, like in between some of the big arcs, like Heaven's Arena and Yoknu, where Gon and Killua are just researching for the game Greed Island, and they're just like going on the computer, looking this up, calling people like who might know more about it. Then there's a whole like portion a little bit after where they start going through antique kind of dealerships and shops to try to find antiques to sell. And it's these little moments that don't really get spoken about in Hunter x Hunter. It's all of this like a bric-a-brac inside of the manga, which are the things Togashi loves. And I think that's kind of what makes it tick for me. Like, that extends to its wonderful cast and then outward even more to some of the bigger concepts it starts playing around with. A lot of it is just ideas Togashi has which he finds interesting that no other mangaka would really dare to think about or put in a series, which makes it really, really unique. And it's one of my favorite stories ever, so I have to vote for it.
Okay, so Crash isn't wrong. I am going to vote for Hunter x Hunter. However, I will say I did give Neuro a shot. I read one whole chapter and I was like, I don't think this is going to be for me. I am not the biggest fan of that mangaka, which I'm blanking on his name. But I've read I've at least tried every one of his like main series. I've tried Assassination Classroom. I've tried Elusive Samurai, and I do think out of all of them, Elusive Samurai is like my personal favorite. Although I won't say it's not like my favorite thing in the world. I just don't really like Neuro very much. I don't know. I wasn't hooked by chapter one. Maybe I would give it more of a chance, but um, I think what Crush is saying that the art is not great. So it's not something that is particularly very fun to look at. And I've read like a lot of like kind of like mystery series, so it just wasn't I don't know, clicking, I guess, for me personally. And it's funny because it's like if it was against anything else, I don't know, maybe there would be a chance. And it's also funny if Hunter x Hunter was against anything else, I also may have chosen a different manga. Because I'm actually not the biggest Hunter x Hunter fan. I do like it up to a certain point. I think once we get past Chimera Ant and we go into the current arc where we've had a lot of the hiatuses because of Togashi's health and everything, it definitely does feel like the story kind of is all over the place right now. And I have a big issue with manga that introduce like way too many characters, and you're supposed to kind of vaguely care about them, and that kind of feels like what Hunter is doing right now. With like the whole like I don't know what the new arc is called, the Dark World arc or like the New World. I don't know what it's supposed to be called,
The
but
the Succession arc.
oh, okay, there we go, the Succession arc. See, and then they have like there's like 15,000 people that get introduced, and they're just kind of like, well, I hope you remember all of them because they're all loosely playing a part into the overarching story, and it's just like a little too much for my pea brain to understand, I guess. But unfortunately, I'm going to vote for Hunter x Hunter, but I don't think it's going to make it very far for me personally.
Um, and I think Majin Tante definitely deserves its flowers. Just because Matsui, we don't give Matsui enough credit for the fact that he had three successful long-running manga in Shonen Jump. Like, that is such an amazing feat, especially when you compare it to his peers who, like, sure, maybe they had, like, one long running series that lasted 2 to 3 times longer than, any one of his. But the fact that he made it and was able to end things on his own terms 3 times, like, it definitely deserves its applause. Um, that being said, yes, I absolutely am a giant fan of Hunter x Hunter. Um, to the previous point made about characters and whatnot, I think it's interesting that in Hunter x Hunter, I care more about the side characters than I do about our main character, Gon, which, like, at this point in the story, he's been completely sidelined. Like, I'd be hard pressed to, like, see Tagashi never integrate him into the story again. Like, that would be kind of shocking for me, but I think he does such a great job of making all of the side characters really interesting. I like and that's been a point too with Yu Yu Hakusho. I think like he does a really good job of making a side cast that you like. I think he does that a little bit better in Hunter x Hunter than Yu Yu Hakusho, but I digress. It's one of those things where like one day I'm gonna fully read through Majin Tante myself, but I wanted to give Matsui his flowers. But for now, I am absolutely putting Hunter. I'm punting Hunter Hunter through to the next round.
I know Crash is absolutely devastated and definitely did not see this one coming, but Hunter x Hunter is
Yeah,
moving
no, it's surprising.
Oh boy. Okay, here we go. This is an interesting matchup. It's going to be kind of fascinating, so we'll see what happens. But we have ourselves the 23rd seed of Black Clover at 245,771 members versus number 42 Ruri Dragon at 51,148.
Oh, Black Clover to me, I always use a food analogy with it because it is fast food battle shonen to me. And sometimes you don't want to cook, you just want to go get something nice, bring it home and eat it, and it tastes good. It is the series that just has solid action. It has some fun characters. I think the locales they visit are cool. There is some like good rising kind of tension and stakes as some of the arcs progress. It's never something that's like especially wowed me, but it's something I always enjoyed reading, especially weekly. When it did move magazine to Jump Giga because of Tabata's hiatuses, I was kind of upset because I didn't have this like just really distilled shonen battle series every week. So that's definitely like its high point for me is just how much it manages to capture. I don't know this shonen energy. I don't know really how to explain it other than that. And then Ruri Dragon is a really interesting series because I think how it tackles its characters and the concept is very like mundane and dry. I want to say it has a bunch of dry comedy, which I really like, and it just taps into maybe how a schoolgirl that age would think and what they would do in a way that doesn't feel overblown. And I really, really enjoy that as well. So this is a really hard kind of pick between these two. But I think overall I've had a lot more fun times with Black Clover, so I'm gonna push that forward.
And kind of going off of what Trenton was saying, I agree. I think this is like all gas no brakes with Black Clover versus like a just chill nice little Sunday afternoon. You're like sipping lemonade at like I don't know, just like at home, chilling out, relaxing, all cool. And I've up to date on Black Clover for the most part, at least in English print, and I'm also up to date in Ruri Dragon in print. And like what Trent was saying, I maybe it's just because Black Clover has been around for longer, but I've had a lot more fun with Black Clover. I don't think Ruri Dragon's particularly bad, but it's just a chill read. Like it's nice, it's comfortable, it's fun. But Black Clover has like a lot of really cool highs. Asa is actually a pretty likable character. I don't think he's gonna blow anybody away and be like, look at this really complex main character as he yells and screams, which honestly happens, I feel like, more often in the anime than in the manga. So I feel like all the hate towards Asta personally is because of the anime. But it is what it is. But I like a lot of the magics. I like the magic system a lot in Black Clover. I like all the different abilities that we get to see. I've always been like a big fan of that kind of stuff. And I think that's like it's very fairy tale esque in that aspect, where it doesn't it's not trying to be the next like unbelievably big brain manga, and it doesn't have to be. And so for me, Black Clover is going to be moving on.
This one's definitely difficult for me as well, I guess everyone else. It's just I really enjoy both series. Um, and I'm never gonna be one of those people that is like, like the mangaka needs to put out the work, like, because it's a very tough industry. But it's definitely unfortunate that Ruri Dragon is not further along at this point compared to where it was introduced. But it's we're having what we're having now, so we don't get like another Togashi situation or worse with Ruri Dragon. But like I do have to compare where both are at. Like Black Clover just finished. Ruri Dragon is like just comparing it, like not even at the end of the elf arc in terms of like comparing like chapter to chapter wise, but Ruri Dragon has done so many good things in the time that it has. And I think like this is definitely one of those ones too where I think it shows adolescence and like navigating through adolescence better than a lot of coming of age stories that like Shonen Jump has put out. Granted, a lot of what Shonen Jump puts out is battle shonen or comedies or sports or whatnot. So this is definitely different compared to what's the norm. Um, and I'm very excited to see what comes out of Ruri Dragon in the end. And I know this is me setting things up to be like, oh, but Black Clover, like I don't get me wrong, I really enjoy Black Clover. I think the Elf arc is really good overall. But the Elf arc is also the best arc from Black Clover, and then at least in my opinion, it kind of starts to deteriorate from there. I still really enjoyed the ending of Black Clover. I enjoy a lot of the characters of Black Clover, but I'm also not going to be one of the first people to say a lot of things were brought up and then just dropped and just kind of eh. Um, it's a series that I look forward to eventually watching the anime adaptation. I enjoyed the run that it had. But you know what? I'm going to be one of those people where I'm going to give the vote to Ruri Dragon, whether that matters or not here.
Well, I want to bring all of you back to 2014, the year Black Clover came out. I was 22 years old, or 21, I forget, early 20s. And I was reading Berserk and Villain Saga and Pun Pun. And here comes what I thought was this shit. I remember looking at it and being like so dismissive of Black Clover. I was like, the new shonens, they suck. Which is ironic, because if you ask me my opinion of Angry Joker, which is the X-Cancel title by the same mangaka that came a couple of years before, if you ask me my opinion of that one, I'll be like, that was really good. I wanted more of that. So I only read Black Clover in 2019, which I was a lot older, and I was surprised to find out that I actually do enjoy Black Clover. It's a really fun manga. I think most of the reasons people already told why. It's a fun battle shonen that it's not a lot more than that, but has all the elements of a good battle shonen, so it's good. It has really nice characters. I found out that Asa was a lot less annoying than I was led to believe. He was an actual genuinely really good character. And even though I haven't finished it because I stopped reading When It Moved magazines, and I do want to come back, for the most part, I did enjoy the vast majority of Black Clover, some arcs less than others, but it's really fun. Ruri Dragon was a manga that I read. I read the first 6 chapters when they came out, and then I stopped also because of the hiatus. But I binged most of it for this video, and not I was pleasantly surprised because I already knew exactly what I was expecting from Ruri Dragon, but I was really enjoyed reading it. Like Axel said, it's probably one of the best coming of age manga, but I will say not just in Jump, but probably in general out of the stuff that I've read. It uses a lot of like really fictional stuff, like the mythology of dragons, and she breathes fire and ice and what have you. She has all these weird powers, but they work kind of nicely as metaphors for puberty, in ways that also actually feel a little bit more realistic than some of the other stuff I've seen. I also really like the whole school life. It's a little bit more wholesome than it actually is in real life, a little bit more idealized, but I feel like we kind of need that. I feel like teens kind of need that, a manga where you have problems and then you just solve them by talking with your friends, and they are your friends, and there's not a lot of drama, and everything gets solved in the end. Where a lot of other manga that I've read about, coming of age really have a lot of really dramatic stuff happening. They will find a body on the ground, which is something that's happened in multiple coming of age stories. So Ruri Dragon, I think it's a really generally important manga for teens to have. Obviously, I'm a 33-year-old man, so I uh, don't need it as much. But I do think it's a generally beautiful and really good manga to just exist. And to that, I'm gonna give my vote to Ruri Dragon. And we have another tie.
Oh, dear. Here we go. All right, so heads is Black Clover and tails is Ruri Dragon. Let's go. Let's flick it. Oh, that was a bad one. Oh well. What do we got? It's tails, so it's gonna be Ruri Dragon. Oh wow.
Hell yeah.
That's that is an upset. I'll tell you what. So Ruri
Maybe for
Dragon.
you it's an upset.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, it's an upset according to the numbers.
Yeah,
I'm not
I know.
necessarily surprised per se, but I'm like, oh, that's okay, all right. I don't mind it. I'm not hating it if if that makes sense. Okay, up next. Oh
I mean, I
man.
enjoy both, so it was a win no matter what.
Exactly. All right. So I think it's yeah. So it's gonna be me, and it is the third seed. Yeah, the third seed's all the way over here for some reason, and it's Jujutsu Kaisen at 510,696 members versus the 62nd seed, known as Hoshinengi, 9,005 members. And I'm just gonna go right out and say it. I'm voting for Hoshinengi, regardless if it decides to win or not. Is well, it's dependent on everybody else, but I'm a huge fan of Hoshinenki. I actually read it for the first time like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. I don't know. But it is like the most whack, like crazy manga I think I've ever personally read. It tackles and has so many different themes and genres in it. It's like a sci-fi historical comedy meta, like it's a meta comedy with a lot of action and a lot of drama, and it's also like supernatural and also like it's just such a strange manga, but man, did I have a great time with it. I love the designs. Ryu Fujisaki is just a really good mangaka in designing. Like I think like mechs and just like characters in general. And it's just a really great time from start to finish. Is it a strange manga? Yes. Is it going to be liked by everyone? Probably not. But I absolutely loved it. And then on the other hand, Jujutsu Kaisen is popular for a reason. You know, it has a lot of really a lot of fairly solid action. I wouldn't say it's a lot of great action, but there's a lot of good action in general. There are some pretty good character designs. There are some interesting concepts to be had. But I think I'm going to go with the typical consensus that the manga definitely hits a certain point where you can tell that, like, I feel like Gege Akutami is definitely feeling the pressure of a weekly shonen series because the story definitely um I don't know, just gets a little like confusing and kind of over explains a lot towards the end, especially in the cooling game. I think the cooling game is really where the series kind of definitely starts to really get a little bit harder to read because we're just following so many different characters and it doesn't I don't know. Every chapter almost feels like we're following somebody different, which is just makes it really difficult to read because you're like, oh yeah, I forgot they were in this arc, and then oh okay, we're back to the main character. Oh, we're back to somebody else. We're back to somebody else. So it just made it for a really difficult read, and I just finished the last volume. I think maybe like 2 weeks ago, I want to say, give or take. And overall, I think the series is decent. I think there's a lot of really great stuff. It starts off really well. I like most of the arcs up until the Cooling Game arc, but definitely has a weak second half. So my vote's going to Hoshinengi.
I have tried reading Hoshin Engi like 3 times, and it has always been a chore for me to like trudge through it. And I failed yet again. I'm just gonna be like blatantly honest on that regard. Um, it's not anything to do with the art style because I read a lot of like Clamp last year. which has a very similar art style to Hoshin Engi, and honestly, it's like very similar approach to characters, powers, things like that. I just I could not do it with Hoshin Engi. I will try again. I do promise that I will try again at some point. But I just could not do it. Um, that being said, I think you are going to be surprised just because I'm aware of at least how Crash is in terms of how far Hoshin Engi might make it into this. I think it's going to be at least guaranteed to tie. I could be wrong, but I will give my vote to Jujutsu Kaisen. I will say, I am a fan overall of the culling games. I think definitely like there was a challenge of, health versus demands, especially because Jujutsu Kaisen became such a monolith in Shonen Jump that like the demands to make this good, to make it end well, it was there. I don't have a problem with the ending. I do think it's unfortunate that like a lot of plot points were dropped, similar to how they were in Black Clover, I will say. But like I do think the ending was still good for all the people that like to complain about it, because everybody online complains about every ending nowadays, it seems like. But at least in this regard, I do want to give Jujutsu Kaisen the vote, but I would not be surprised if Hoshin Engi makes it through.
So I don't know why I say that, because I've only read one manga from these two, and it's Jujutsu Kaisen. So obviously my vote is gonna go to Oshinengen. Yes, it is. I just don't I just don't like Jujutsu Kaisen. It's not the worst manga in Jump, not by a mile, because even excluding a lot of the Axe titles, which are obviously a lot worse than Jujutsu Kaisen, some of them. There are manga that I do dislike more than Jujutsu Kaisen. However, I think Jujutsu Kaisen is the manga, together with Ghost in the Shell, which is a decent group to be in, are the manga that were the roughest to actually read. That has obviously a lot to do with the amount of text versus the amount of interest I had in said text. I think the only reason why I've read all of Jujutsu Kaisen is because I got caught up at like chapter 30. Because I just don't care about the characters that much. I do like the atmosphere, I do like the art, I do like some of the action, but the power system is tough, man. The way that Gege explains things, I feel break the immersion, they break the action. It just makes everything a hassle to read. A lot of times I want him to just shut up and let things happen a little bit. And yeah, I do like Killing Games a little bit, because it does remind me of that game manga, which I do love. And there are some characters that were introduced in there, like the comedy guy and the lawyer guy. I don't remember their names, but I did quite enjoy them as well, actually. But overall, man, it's a manga that I read 300 chapters almost of, 270 or whatever it was, and I was disconnected since like chapter 15. So I'm gonna assume that whatever is the other one, I probably will enjoy it more and vote for Oshinengi.
Wow.
That is allowed. That is allowed. I'm not sure.
You're
We've
allowed to
done
do
that
whatever you
before.
want. You can vote for whatever you want.
I did it before. I voted for
Yeah.
series that I had not read before, so you are
Yeah,
totally fair to do
that's
so.
what I thought. Yeah. So Oshinengi.
Okay, so out of these two, Jujutsu Kaisen it is interesting. I definitely like it a bit more than Crash, but I'm a bit mixed on it overall. There is some really great ideas. There's some really solid arcs. In particular, like Shibuya was amazing to read weekly. There are some really good characters as well, and Gege's artwork I quite like. But I find overall it's not very cohesive, especially at the end, and I really struggle to derive like a central theme and message that's resonant, and I think it kind of crumbles apart at just and it's very unsatisfying ultimately, versus Hoshinengi, which I think is brilliant in how crazy it is. Ryu Fujisaki as a Jump author is fantastic because he's so weird. Like each of his serializations have been very odd, and somehow he managed to hit it big at a time in Jump when they really needed a big hit, and this is what we got. Artistically, it's been mentioned. His design work is phenomenal, and it's just amazing. Like nobody draws like him. The way he melds the supernatural and science fiction together is really, really cool. The cast is really interesting. It has some of the funniest and weirdest jokes in a manga I've seen. It's also quite touching at the end, I feel. Another thing it has is one of the best villains I think Jump has seen, which is Daki. A really, really cool, insane lady who I love to bits. And it's a shame, like only less than 10,000 people have read this, according to Mal, or have it on their list even, because it's really interesting, and I think more people should give it a go, even if it is a bit wordy and a bit hard to pass, because it is actually like derived from, I believe it was Suikoden, or no, it's a different Chinese story which I'm forgetting, but it's in that pantheon of like great Chinese kind of stories. But yeah, I'm definitely voting Hoshinengi here.
Yeah.
I want
I'm
to say
not
goodbye
biased.
to everyone who's
I
leaving.
told you. You didn't believe.
Well, I didn't know what
I know
I
these
didn't know what
guys.
Trentin's opinions on Hoshinengi, so it could have been a tie. I don't
I'm
know.
a big fan.
I'm
By
glad.
half of the
I
audience.
have done enough videos with these two that I know.
Oh,
And that's not a
yeah.
complaint. That's not a complaint. I just know.
That made my day. That was hilarious. Awesome.
Oh,
And it's great because this is actually going to be the biggest upset. It actually beats the Bobobo Demon Slayer one, which is pretty hilarious. So because Jujutsu Kaisen is number 3, and I think Demon Slayer was 4. So nice.
God,
thank God people.
every manga fan from the 2010s on is just going to absolutely just hate this video.
You know what? They
That,
can
that,
stay mad because it's our opinions. What can I say? Nothing,
Yeah.
nothing gain, nothing, whatever.
that is what you get in making this tournament with like 3 30-year-olds and a close to 30-year-old.
I mean, I'm not even at mid-20s yet, so.
You're not even. You're younger than I thought.
Oh,
I thought you were
you
like
baby.
Yeah, you're a baby, man.
Sweet baby boy.
They just
I
know
thought you were
better.
on
What
your
can I
mid-
say? Trenton just knows better.
So I'm in the demographic that should get mad, but I'm
Yes.
contributing to it.
Yeah.
Old soul, old soul. Oh man. Okay. I know these numbers look kind of weird, but I mentioned at the top of the video that because like these numbers are constantly changing, it happens this way. But the 30th seed is iShield 21 at 83,287 members, and number 35, the 35th seed, is The Gray Man at 171,744 members.
I am confused.
Yes.
What? What? Okay. Either way, it's my turn to start. So, fun fact. I have read 2 manga series more times than any other. One of them is Ace of the Diamond. The other one is Ice Shield 21. Ice Shield 21 more than Ace of the Diamond. But I am a sports manga fan. I have found over the years. I just really enjoy them. And I am probably the biggest Ice Shield 21 lover out there. I like literally any chance I have to promote or say good things about Ice Shield 21, I take it. I that just is what happens. And God, it's not to say that it doesn't have its issues, because it does. If you've read High Shield 21, you know what the issues are. But there's never been an American football manga to come out since Ice Shield 21 that has done anything. I don't even know if any. I'm assuming one or two maybe came out from like a different publisher or something, if even. But like it just goes to show how big Ice Shield 21 was, that its success was never able to be replicated. Um, and it's not to say that it's not going up against a good contender, because oh my god, D Gray Man, when that was originally going, such a good series. And that's not to say that it isn't still such a great series today, but it's suffering from what Black Clover has been suffering from the last 2 years, but longer, because it has been a quarterly manga for years now and just dragging the story along at such a crawl. I actually stopped reading D Gray Man like a year or two ago just because like it was so hard to keep up with it. Um, but when it was at its peak, oh my god, it was so good. I really enjoy the aesthetic of D Gray Man on the anime side of things. I really loved their songs for the opening themes. Uh, Unfortunately, when the anime sequel came out, that one was definitely a dud. Um, but both of them are really, really good series. But I would be doing my favorite a disservice if I did not vote for Eye Shield 21.
Okay, so these are two series that I've also watched or read when I was like at the beginning of reading manga. I really, really love Ice Shield 21. It's super fun. I love Iruma. Is still one of my favorite characters of all time. He's absolutely insane. Um, and it's just like high octane. I remember chapters that were like bunch of chapters where it's like, oh, it's 1 second of the entire match. It's this 2 chapters. But it was, again, it was exciting to read in ways that I don't think a lot of manga, a lot of other sports manga are. There's definitely some that I still put at the same level, but they're very, very rare. And things like Slam Dunk, for example, are the few that I would put on the same level of Ice Shield 21. D. Grayman, I also read at the time. I never went too far. Actually, I don't remember how far I went with it, but I definitely stopped and wasn't reading it during the the eras and the quarterly releases or anything like that. I don't think I even reached 100 chapters, but there is something about the manga, the atmosphere, the characters, the visual, the story are just so hypnotizing. I feel like it's a style that I really, really love and connect with. That I think if I were to go back to it and read the entire manga as a whole, which I do plan to eventually when it does, if it does actually end, I think I would maybe love it more than Ice Shield 21. But as it is today, my vote goes for Ice Shield 21 as well.
Okay, so I haven't read Ice Shield 21. I have read a decent chunk of D Grey Man, which was quite a while ago, and I remember liking, like Crash just said, its atmosphere, the gothicness of it, its designs, I think are really, really good as well. Especially Alan, I think I remember liking him quite a bit, but it also didn't click with me enough because I dropped it at the time. I'm actually going to give this to ISO 21 though, because of the amount of people I have here talk about it and how acclaimed it is, how beloved it is for them. It sounds really, really fun. And it being an American football manga is kind of crazy to me because that's a sport I don't know any other manga that have attempted that. And if they have, they're probably newer or I imagine less known or axed in Jump, I can't think of it being attempted aside from iShield 21 either. So when a niche sport like this gets to take the spotlight and is so well liked, I don't know. I think that's really really cool. So yeah, I'll give it to iShield 21 here.
All right, so now that my opinion doesn't matter, because I was gonna vote for the Gray Man, and I still am. And I do like both of these series. It's kind of interesting because I have read both of these series right around the time when I started up my channel, so back in 2021. The Gray Man is the series that I have read now twice because I did originally read it back when I was like, I want to say like 14 or 15, and I didn't like it as much, and I think it's because I did not have expendable income, so I was getting really mad that I was reading a manga volume, spending $10 and finishing it in 25 minutes, and being like, wow, I really just really kind of thing. But after coming back and rereading it as an adult, there's just so many interesting like religious themes that are religious parallels to like the Bible and all that kind of stuff. And the designs are really cool. Alan and Walker is like such an interesting, complex character. Not only because he's like having to wrestle with obviously himself, but also with like his role in this world, where allegedly he's on the good side, but who is really the good side when the good side also does bad things. Um, so I really, really enjoyed The Gray Man. And I also really enjoy Ice Shield 21. I've read 21 volumes, I think. It's been really hard, obviously, because they just started doing the reprints fairly recently, so I had kind of stopped reading because I just couldn't find any more volumes. But since they are getting reprinted, I do want to finish the series up soon, but it is still very good. But my vote goes to The Gray Man, and it doesn't matter because Ice Shield 21 is going to move on. Honestly, we have like the most interesting matchup here. This one is certainly something, that's for sure. So that is going to be the 14th seed with Nisekoi at 209,950 members versus Rookies at the 51st seed at 28,133 members.
It's me, right?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. So Nisekoi, it's like a child, you know. I think I'm the only dad in here, but like the kid has flaws and can be annoying at times, but you love it, right? You love him. At the end of the day, you love him, and that's my relationship with Nisekoi. Nisekoi has a lot of flaws. It's bad a lot of times. It's annoying a lot of times. But there's something about Nisekoi that I genuinely love. I was reading it weekly. I'm pretty sure since chapter 1 because I had read the one shot, had really liked it. So I followed the entire thing weekly, and I can tell you that it's awful. Don't do that. I'm sure the binge experience is a little bit better because goddamn, there were some months, if not years, where I was like, oh my god, what are you doing? The pacing of the manga is so awful. And yet the characters themselves are really great. The manga is really funny. The stories, when the manga is at its peak, it's really, really good. It's probably one of my favorite rom-coms, despite everything. And I love rom-coms. However, it goes against Rookies. I think, and you guys can tell me if I'm right or wrong afterwards, but I think I'm the person who introduced Rookies to both Trentin and Axel. I feel like Trentin would read them anyways because it's a Jump manga and he goes through all of them, right? There's something about Rookies that I really, really enjoyed. It's a baseball manga, but it's not really a sports manga necessarily per se. It's more of the delinquent manga.
It's a delinquent manga first.
Yeah. It's more of a delinquent manga where you get to see the teacher kind of helping the students become a little bit better. A la the great teacher Onizuka, a la a little bit against Assassination Classroom, which is right below it. But I think I haven't read a lot of GTO to say Rookies is a lot better, but out of the things that I did read, I feel like Rookies is a lot better and a lot more underrated than both of the other two. The relationship between the teacher and the students is really good. The drama everything happens is really good. When it eventually gets to the sport, which takes a lot of time, but it feels earned. It feels like we just went through all of that to get here, and feels good. And it's one of the best manga in Jump. I believe that. So even though I really love Nisekoi, I think I love Rookies a little bit more, so it gets my vote.
So I do believe Crash did maybe not like introduce me to Rookies overall. Like I might have known about it before, but definitely from Crash talking about it, I picked it up. Nisekoi, I think overall, I haven't fully read it. I've read a bit of it. I've seen all of the anime. I like its cast. I like Chitoge in particular, but I do find it very repetitive. I'm kind of looking forward to reading it again, / apprehensive because maybe it will suck. But Rookies is, like Crash said, one of the best Shonen Jump manga. I thoroughly believe that. It is so good at how it tackles its drama elements in particular. I think as a delinquent manga, it's probably the best one I've read because it takes these characters who have been labeled as kids with like no hope, who are lashing out, and then Kawato comes along and believes in them and kind of takes them through this whole process of building a baseball team, inspires them, fills them with hope for the future again. And I think that's really, really beautiful. And the story is done really, really well with some great moments of tension. The ending in particular, the whole ending arc is really, really great and emotional. Kawato as a character is one of my favorite characters. So that's the teacher. He's so inspiring. He's so lovely. He has his own stuff to deal with as well. So he isn't perfect by any means. And how it explores all of that, how it's also drawn. Morita's artwork is amazing. Very nice expressions, which are funny, but also very realistic and have a lot of detail. It is great. It's amazing. I hope it can go very far in this bracket because I'm definitely voting for it now.
Well, little did Crash know is that he also may have unintentionally introduced me to Rookies because he mentioned it. I think when we were putting this bracket together, that he was the only number one Rookies fan or something along those lines, if I remember correctly, in like the chat. And I was like, "What's Rookies?" And lo and behold, it is actually one of the manga that I did read for this bracket, and I read the entire thing, and holy crap! What a jaw dropping series. I was shocked to find out that this was in Weekly Shonen Jump because I was like, the art is so detailed and so much, there's so much work into it. And of course, yeah, he probably had assistants and stuff, but even then, it's like, how did you do that? Like, what? I mean, some of like the like they mentioned already, some of the expressions and like just like the also a lot of like the compositions are just really done really well. Like the action and all of like the movement just feels and flows really well. Whether it's them just beating the crap out of each other or them actually playing baseball. All the characters are extremely endearing. You want to root for them, even if they are annoying little punks. But that's kind of what they're supposed to be. But it's watching those annoying little punks actually come together and figure out, you know what? There's more to life than just sitting around smoking cigarettes and playing video games and skipping class. And that we could actually do something with our lives that could be like fruitful. I suppose is like the best way to put it. And I really loved it. I'm not gonna lie. I really also hope it makes it far. In comparison to Nisekoi, which I think Nisekoi is good. I think there is things to enjoy about it. I think the art is nice. It's cute. It's fun. And yeah, I think like as the others have already mentioned, it is a very repetitive series. And unfortunately, the girl that I wanted to win, I knew she wasn't going to win. Did not make it, and it is what it is. But my vote's going to Rookies, everyone's favorite sports series, Winky Face.
I think it is worth mentioning that like Nisekoi, for what it did, like to this day, it seems to be the rom-com that like any other Jump rom-com gets compared to. And I think that speaks both positively and negatively to Nisekoi for like what it was. It is a really enjoyable series. overall, I think all of the love interests like are interesting for what they are. Um, in to Crash's point, like, dear God, I don't think I could have survived reading that weekly. I was somebody that got to read it through a binge. Um, that being said, I was not introduced to Rookies through Crash, but I did read Rookies because of Crash. So this was another one of those ones that I actually read because of Crash's manga challenge. Um, and I absolutely loved Rookies as well. Um, as I spoke up during Crash's talking point, it's a delinquent manga first, sports second, but the characters are amazing. And our main character is absolutely a top 10 teacher in manga, period. If not like towards the top of that top 10. Like his impact in the manga as a whole is amazing. Like he is such an endearing character that like I know you want to root for all the characters, but you specifically want to root for him because of how good he is. I I'm also pushing for one day that we eventually get another anime or not another anime adaptation, but an anime adaptation of Rookies, because I know it got a live action adaptation way back in the day, but I don't remember it ever getting animated. I'd also appreciate being able to collect it physically if somebody ever wants to embark upon that endeavor, but you know, it is what it is. But yeah, I'm going to just repeat the sentiment that's already been said so far. My vote is for Rookies, and I would be happy if it made it farther through.
I just want to say I found out a couple of days ago that the Rookies, I think it was the Rookies TV show, is on Netflix, which is weird. The live action one.
Huh.
Interesting.
So,
That shit is quite good. So
also, because Nisekoi is losing, I think we all should say which waifu we had. Because I'm Team Onodera.
Chitoge.
I was Team Onodera, but I also had Sugumi as my backup.
That was the childhood friend, right? Was Onodera?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Chitoge
mean,
was
like,
the blonde one.
she was the one that I was pushing for the win, but that was only because I knew that the bodyguard girl
Rip.
was never going to win.
Yeah.
She was my favorite
Yeah.
character,
Sugumi
but
was
she
so
was never going to
awesome.
win.
My favorite character was actually the best friend of Onodera. The glasses girl.
Oh, she was
She
cool.
was the best. I forget. Yeah.
As long as no one chooses Tachibana. No offense to anybody. Or the teacher.
I know. I think it's RJ from On the Rise that has Tachiba. I'm not gonna confirm because I'm not fully sure, but I think he was.
We're calling you out because Crash told us to.
Fascinating. All right, Rookies in a not really an upset, but an upset according to the numbers. Moves on, and then up next is well, this is interesting. To say the least, let me just make sure that's lined up. So we have ourselves number 19, the 19th seed, Assassination Classroom, with 169,556 members, versus everyone's favorite canceled manga, the 46th seed, Ayashimon, at 36,880 members.
So I guess it's pretty fitting I'm talking about this one first. Because I'm big into Axe manga. I'm also very big into Ayashimon. I really like it as a series. I have a whole video on it. And it's really cool. I think the artwork is great. I think some of the concepts that are being messed around with are really fun and clever, like the Yakuza and Yokai stuff. If you look into it a bit more, I think there are some kind of neat parallels and ways that's used. It unfortunately didn't live up to its potential because it did get axed. And that's pretty sad because there was a lot of really fun stuff it could have done. That being said, even though I love Axe manga. I really love Ayashimon. I don't think I can put it above Assassination Classroom, which is actually a manga I haven't read, but I have watched the anime. So that's what I'm basing this off of here. And at least for me, with Assassination Classroom, when I did watch it and experience it, it was during the beginning of the pandemic. And at that time, I was in a place where it was my final year of what would be high school. And I wasn't allowed to complete that year, essentially. I didn't even get to do my final exams. I got handed predicted grades. So, like, running through Assassination Classroom and getting to the end for me felt like a kind of climax to that period of my life, and it was really nice, really sweet. And I think the whole class dynamic, Koro Sensei as well as a character, is really interesting. Uh, so yeah, in a weird, I guess, upset for me and people who know me, I'm gonna pick Assassination Classroom here.
Wow. I've already mentioned my opinions on Assassination Classroom, but to give the TLDR, in case anyone has forgotten, I think Assassination Classroom is fine. I think the art's pretty good. I think the story is pretty good too. But it falls into that trap for me, that it introduces a lot of characters in a very short amount of time, and you're supposed to loosely care about kind of everyone. And I know, like, it starts off with them kind of introducing each of the characters and having like a chapter to at least some of them, or most of them for the most part. But the problem is that I'm going to be completely honest. I don't remember like anything about the series. I have read 8 volumes and I could not tell you almost anything that's happened other than like Koro Sensei is obviously like, I'm going to destroy the world unless you can get these kids to kill me, basically. Uh, um, and yeah, it's just like that's about as much as I can remember, unfortunately. But with Ayashimon, I can surprisingly remember a lot about it. Like the main character is really cool, and how much he just loves like Weekly Shonen Jump for some reason. Which is I don't know if like it's a common trope for having a character who likes Weekly Shonen Jump, but it is definitely not the first time I've read a manga that has someone who likes like incorporating that into the own characters for some reason. But like how Trenton was mentioning, I really like the yokai slash yakuza like kind of mix that they have there, and the action's really great. I'm a big fan of Yuji Kaku's art, especially with Hell's Paradise, and I think it also rings true as well in Ayashimon. I think just like the character designs are cool, the action's a lot of fun, a lot of great character designs across the board. So for me, I'm gonna vote for Ayashimon.
I think Ayashimon was great in concept and what it wanted to do, but it was absolutely held back by the main character. The main character was the worst thing that happened to Ayashimon, and I genuinely believe that that is the reason why it got axed. Just because at least by today's sale standards, Ayashimon actually did pretty well, like for its volume 1 sales, but like I guess for a veteran series, it didn't do as well as it maybe Jump editorial wanted it to do. But yeah, I did not enjoy the main character. He definitely held the rest of the manga back, which is a shame because the other characters, concepts, and everything were really, really cool. Regardless, it's going up against Assassination Classroom, big manga number 2 from Matsui, and this was my introduction to his work. And Assassination Classroom, I think, is really, really great. When you go beyond the battle shonen side of things, with them going after Kuro Sensei, there are so many interesting things happening with the kids from the class, the assistant teachers, their competition with the students from the main school against the principal. Like there's a lot of depth to this, and I really appreciate how much Matsui went into it. Like it feels it's so interesting, again, despite the fact that like we have a giant octopus man as like the main character teacher and whatnot. And while I wouldn't put him in the same top 10 as our teacher from Rookies, Kuro Sensei like is really, really good. His backstory is interesting and sad, and I just really do appreciate this series. Eventually, I'll go back and read the manga. I watched all of it through the anime, um, but it's really good. I'm absolutely voting for Ass Class.
Yeah, so I really like Ashimon as well. It's a fun manga. I do like the main character. I do like his relationship with Shonen Jump. I think it's fun. This is more of an extra than anything, but you can actually pinpoint exactly when the manga is happening in timeline by using the Shonen Jump covers that appear in that he's reading, which is fun. You can tell what how many time has passed between chapters and things like that. Um, that's an extra. Like the story itself is really, really good. The characters, the villain, the art, everything is great. The only problem really is to me the fact that it got canceled and it didn't get that far, got a rushed ending. Which the full package may have won, like if it was a full length series. Um, that said, Assassination Classroom does have kind of a special place for me. Again, it is another manga by the creator of Nero, which is a manga I really love. I followed Assassination Classroom weekly, not from chapter one, but from really early. And I remember not knowing it was by Matsui, but seeing like the design of I think it was the school director, and like slowly starting to connect the dots myself, and then go check the author's name and be like, oh my god, same guy. Um, it's weird because Assassination Classroom is a manga where I think the jokes aren't that funny. I think the characters, some of them are great. The vast majority of them are just okay. That happens when you have like 30 main characters, so to speak. And I feel like a lot of chapters are just decent, but there was something about the Assassination Classroom that I thought was that kept me in it. There was this weirdness, which I feel is also like in Nero, is also in the Elusive Samurai. There's this weirdness and uniqueness to it that just kept me reading, kept me captivated. And obviously, then you get to the best part, which is the ending, when you start knowing the backstory of Koro Sensei, and you get that emotional final couple of chapters, which it's probably one of the best Shonen Jump endings, which I know the bar is low, but um, this is really one of the best, and so it gets my vote.
Yeah, I kind of saw that one coming. I'm not gonna lie. Out of curiosity, does anyone know why Ayashimon may have been canceled or axed? Like, was there like a different like yokai slash like exorcist series that would have pushed it like further back, or was it just kind of like a bad timing kind of thing? Does anybody really know?
Probably
I
Roboko
think
killed it.
Axel, me and Roboco killed it. I think Axel
Yeah.
kind of probably nailed one of its bigger reasons is it didn't sell quite as much as they anticipated it would.
Yeah, like it's because it wasn't quite like Phantom Seer level of sales,
Hmm.
which was also by like a repeat author, but like I don't know. I think, and maybe, I mean, because granted we don't know all the conversations happening with editorial. I mean,
Of course.
maybe the author himself was just like, maybe this isn't working. Maybe I chose the wrong main character for this. I mean, that has routinely been an issue for manga of that time. As a notorious Build King hater, I read the afterword, and even he was just like, yeah, I did not know what I wanted to do for the main character going into this, and even after like going into it, I'm not happy with what I did. So like, I don't know. I think there was just a problem with main character conceptualization at the time. I think we still have a main character conceptualization issue at Shonen Jump, but that's another discussion for a different day.
Gotcha. All right, coming into our next one, this is the sixth seed Naruto with 444,658 members versus the 59th seed Video Girl I, not to be mistaken for AI, as I've said multiple times in my videos, at 17,319 members. Wait, is it me? Wait.
Yeah, it's you.
Oh my gosh. I'm like, why is it so quiet? Oh, duh, because I'm supposed to say something. Okay, so I haven't read Video Girl AI, or oh gosh, I already said it. I haven't read Video Girl I, and I have a few volumes for it, and it's kind of like I'm waiting to read it at some point because I've heard things that people seem to like it. And I'm just kind of waiting to try to get more volumes. I know it's out of print, so I'm just kind of like rolling the dice with that. But I do have like 5 volumes that I will probably read, and hopefully it's better than Eyes, because Eyes is fine. So we'll see. But Naruto, I mean, it wasn't for me. It's never gonna beat Naruto. Naruto is one of my staple manga series. One from my childhood, probably one of the first anime that I think I watched. Probably like the first 5 or 10, give or take. It's just a very formative series for me personally. I think Naruto is a very likable character throughout. I think the art is really cool. Like I don't know, Kishimoto has just a lot of really interesting designs. I love like a lot of the compositions and a lot of like the backgrounds look really cool too. I don't think people mention just how cool and how like detailed some of the backgrounds can be. Especially like when he draws like the cities, like with Konohagure and just kind of everything in general. But like I really, really like Naruto. I do think Shippuden has its problems towards the end, but overall, I think Naruto is just a really, really good series. Almost throughout, I would say like yeah, the ending has some things that I'm kind of like all right, whatever, kind of an eye rolling kind of thing. And when you look back at Naruto, yeah, most of the female characters either one don't do anything or B do something, but nothing really particularly interesting. Which is, I feel like it's just kind of a sign of the times at the time, and you could just kind of tell that Kishimoto doesn't really know how to write that kind of stuff, or just write like like I would say super impactful female characters. So there definitely are impactful female characters, but I don't know, the guys just kind of end up doing most of the work anyways. But overall, I do think Naruto is a lot of fun, and there's a lot to love about Naruto, so it's going for my vote.
I have unfortunately not read Video Girl I, but Naruto was a very important formative manga of my early teens into adulthood, so my vote goes for Naruto. The end.
Okay, so yeah, I also grew up with Naruto. I got into anime because all my classmates were watching Naruto, so it was one of my first anime. It was technically my first manga. I remember I watched the anime for Naruto, and then I jumped into manga for Shippuden. So that was technically like my first manga. I do remember, difficulties in learning how to read backwards and action scenes in written form, but overall, it was, and it is like such a great manga. I think the quality of it, even though yes, it kind of drops a little bit at the end, it's mostly stable. Like I don't think it has like major peaks, but it doesn't have like as much downfalls as I feel like people say it has. That said, Video Girl I is a rom-com, and I am the rom-com guy. Video Girl High is beautiful, has this really great story. The two characters of High and the main character and his actual genuine first romance interest is really interesting and engaging, and has a really cool ending. And then the manga continues for I think 105 chapters of awful things that I hate. I think I made a whole video on why I think Video Girl High just falls off, and his main character is awful to follow. I really hate him. Like they made me hate him so much more than I think I've hated any other character in the world. So my vote goes to Naruto.
Like everyone else, I also grew up with Naruto, with it being somewhat formative. It is a lot of fun. I remember running across the schoolyard with a Village of the Leaves headbands with friends, kind of half jokingly, but it's a really cool series. My only real problem with it is once we finish the tuning exams, I do not care about the series at all, really. There's some peaks here and there, but it's just kind of stuck with me at a very specific place in my life. Video Girl I, then, I might be the only one who's gonna vote for it. This is one of my favorite romance manga in Jump. It's the manga that got me very interested in Masakazu Katsura. It has beautiful art, like Crash mentions. And my favorite thing about it is, while it does follow the kind of main male character and their romantic life, the other half of it is I becoming like a real person and reaching self-actualization, like finding out who she is. And that portion of the story is really interesting. So even like Crash mentions, there is a point where if it ended, it would be perfect. It does keep going. There are some dips here and there, but that development for I really, really enjoyed, and I just love the melodrama here. I think it adding this little sci-fi element brings like makes it so much more enjoyable than some of the other manga like Eyes. It's this extra spice. It's this piece of Masakazu Katsura. Like he has to do this rom-com, but really he actually wants to do something a little weird and kind of sci-fi adjacent because he loves all of that. The other thing with I as well is it ends with Video Girl Len, which is a shorter kind of side story, which could have been like a cancelled kind of sequel or continuation, depending on how you view it. But it ends really nicely, and I think it's like the cherry on top of Video Girl I. So it gets my vote, even though it's not going through.
Cool. All right, Naruto moves on. I'm also not surprised per se, but it is what it is, and we we have an interesting one coming up because, uh, yeah, it's gonna be this one's just an interesting one looking at it now. So this is the 27th seed, Siren at 100,159. I didn't realize how popular this series was until I was looking it up, and I'm like, wow, it has that many people who actually care about this series. Cool. Versus the 38th seed, Undead Unluck at 52,405.
Oh yeah, no, Siren is very popular because for a very long time, this was the one of the longest running Shonen Jump manga that had never gotten an anime adaptation. This is a big deal because again, like it was over 150 chapters. I can't remember the exact number, but it went on for a long time, and like it was really cool. This was one of those ones where I discovered sometime in the 2010s just reading it online, and I was like, oh, this is really cool. We've got like a post-apocalyptic manga with like superpowers and whatnot that was really, really cool. I think as the manga went on, it was like pretty strong. But toward the end, you could kind of tell that like they were just wrapping things up. I feel like there definitely could have been more legs with this one, but you know, maybe that also contributed to why it just never got an anime adaptation during the time. But I really was a fan of Siren when I read it. That being said, I love Undead Unluck for everything that it did. Unfortunately, it always had that stigma from its first chapter, which definitely felt like an editorial overreach for how they decided to make Andy. If you've read Undead Luck, you know how that first chapter goes in the first one, so after it. So you know what I mean. I'm not going to go into the details, but Undead Unluck is super cool for having one of the most unique power systems in all of Battle Shonen. The characters are really enjoyable. Fuko is an incredible main character alongside Andy, and I really appreciate as the story focuses more on her as the series goes on. I find it unfortunate that, again, this is another one of those ones where you can tell that it was getting forced to end with how the story was kind of going toward the end. But I really love the ending. I really love the characters. I love everything about it. While I love Siren, I love Undead Unluck more. So my vote is going for Yu here.
I read a little bit of Siren for this video, and if someone had told me what Siren had actually been about before, and not just it's great and it's an axe manga that you should read, I probably would have read it earlier, because it's kind of like a Dead Game manga. It reminds me a little bit of Alice in Borderland, which is a manga I really, really enjoy. At least the first chapters. I don't know how it goes onwards. That's it. Because I've read maybe 20 chapters of it, I am going to give my vote to Undead Unluck. It is a manga that I really, really enjoyed. All the characters, the entire power system, I think it's how Jujutsu Kaisen should be. I would say this is like, it's a power system that is probably a little bit as complex as Jujutsu Kaisen. Like every weird power in here is really weird and has these weird mechanics, but the way that they explain it and the way they go about it is really interesting and really fun. And yeah, I just love it a lot. So my vote goes to you as well.
Siren's a pretty neat series. I read it a really long time ago now. The setting is great. The whole setup, the Death Game-esque stuff, like Crash mentioned, is really cool. Especially at the beginning, there's this great sense of danger and urgency, and it's very thrilling. As it went on, I definitely lost interest in it a little here and there, but I remember it being like fine overall. And then there's Undead Unluck, which has this meta narrative, which I find really interesting, of being the series that sold okay, maybe, and just stayed around in Jump and kept staying around. And it got to tell this really interesting, fascinating story with this really unique power system, really unique story structure as well, which I won't spoil, but it's really cool. Its cast of characters are amazing. I think how Fuko ends up being pretty much a very competent, very cool lead female battle shonen character is cool too, because you don't have many of them in Jump. It was probably one of my favorite things to read weekly for a solid few years. It did dip a little at the ending for me, but it's still a solid ending overall. So definitely going to push Undead Unluck forward.
Nice. I have another time where my opinion doesn't matter, but I'm gonna go for the clean sweep and say Yu especially because I've been reading it recently. I think I just started the series maybe like late last year, and I think as Axel mentioned it, yeah, that first couple of chapters is really rough, like really rough. Uh, it actually kind of dissuaded me from trying to continue. But there's somebody that like follows my channel and follows me on Twitter, who is like the biggest Yu fan I think I've ever seen personally, and she kind of pushed me to be like, just give it one more shot, and I was like, okay, fine. I'll see. And I'm up to 8 volumes now, and I really like it. I think it has some of the best world building for a series that I've read in Shonen Jump over the past like 5 or 6 years. Like, there's just so much that's like happening, and the way that the power system is introduced, I think, comparing it to Jujutsu Kaisen, where it's a lot less explained, and it's more of a show don't tell. And like, yeah, they do talk about it, but I think it's interesting how the characters are learning about the abilities as we would be learning about the abilities. Like, as they're fighting, they're learning more about how those abilities work versus being like, here, let me give you this essay telling you how my ability works, and then you can go and try to figure it out, kind of thing. So I think Undead Unluck is very successful in that, and really, really enjoy it. And not to say that Siren is bad or anything. I haven't read it in a long time, and I've probably read about the same amount of volumes. But I read it while Shonen Jump magazine was releasing here in America. So yeah, that ages me like a fine wine. So I have not read Siren in a long time, but I do remember liking it. But I think I'm gonna move Undead Unluck ahead regardless. So It was gonna move on anyways because it is a clean sweep, but Undead Unluck, also known as UU, and some would say that's sick, wicked sick. All right, we're coming into a very easy one for me personally, but hopefully it's just as easy for everybody else here. That is the 11th seed Haikyuu with 244,197 members versus the 54th seed in Kagami no Kuni no Harisugawa with 22,133 members.
Is it me?
I believe
Forget.
So, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So, I did read Kakami no Kuni no Arisugawa a while ago. I think a little bit after it actually finished. And I remember really liking it again. Rom-com guy. It was fun. It was short, but didn't feel rushed like a lot of X titles feel. I don't even think this was X. I think it was just short manga.
It was not X. It was
Yeah.
a decision to end it because it was actually very popular when it was running.
Yeah. So I really remember enjoying it, and I think more people should read it. It is a pity that it goes against IQ. I do have some problems with IQ, especially towards the end, but overall it is a beautiful sports manga. I really did enjoy the characters. It's a very exciting manga when it comes to matches. It has one of my favorite sports arc of all time, being the what is it called? The dumpster battle? I think it's
Against the
called in
Coma?
English.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is the one that has a movie which I haven't seen yet, but I want to see because it is generally my favorite part of IQ. Everything after that match, I'm like, it's okay. But the build up and then that match, I really, really loved all of that. Till there, so I'm gonna vote for it.
I have read Kagami no Kuni. I do not remember anything about it at all. Haikyuu, though, I really, really love, so I feel very confident in voting for it. I haven't read all of it. I'm kind of saving it, I guess, for a nice time because I know I'll enjoy it. But I have seen all of the anime except the newer movie, and it is just one of the most fun sports things ever. Its cast of characters is great. How it kind of builds upon them is really interesting. There are just these really, really nice moments of like reflection, or I don't know, it gets very introspective at points, which I really, really like. So it has this depth alongside just some really good sports. So yeah, Haikyuu for me.
Yeah, you could call this one probably what my like fourth hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby because Haikyuu is my
Absolutely.
personal Haikyuu is my personal favorite sports manga of all time. I think it does so many things so remarkably. I am 100% appreciative of everything that Furudate put into the series. Like it's a fantastic 45 volume manga from start to finish. The characters are so endearing. The art is fantastic and moves really well, which I always find to be something that I look for in sports manga is how well can they illustrate movement without obviously being animated. And I think Haikyuu does it so well. There's a lot of like just outstanding moments across the board. Characters have a lot of like growth. And also just remarkable moments in the different games that they play. There's so many like to highlight. You have like Aoba Josai, that game, both games really with them. The game against the Coma, the Shiratorizawa game, and also the final game as well. I just think there's so much to love about Haikyuu, and I hope it makes it really far because it is so good. And with Kagami no Kuni, it is one of the manga that I did read for this video, and I thought it was like the biggest nothing burger I think I've personally read. I thought it was fine. There was nothing bad nor good about it, and I think that's just kind of what's rough about it is that it's not very memorable. Personally, I think it's okay. You know, there are things to like about it. I think the art's pretty good. It's the same mangaka behind Pretty Face, right? I think. I want to say. I don't know if anyone can confirm that, but I think it is.
I'm gonna look it up.
I don't know. I know he has done something else, but I don't know.
all of this to say, as Axel is looking up, I'm looking it up.
Yes.
It
Yeah,
is.
they did pretty face too.
Oh, okay, that's what I thought. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, the art's pretty good across the board. It's it's a very typical, like, I won't say ecchi, but it's definitely like a fan servicey rom com, and it's fine. I don't know, but it's against Haikyuu. It's like it's not even fair. So Haikyuu for me.
I do find it funny that no one has just outright broken it down that we were talking about the volleyball manga versus the Peeping Tom manga, and when you break it down to those simplest facts, the fact that we're even having an argument is kind of crazy. I will say it is
One of
interesting
the
though.
best manga I've read is about a peeping tom. So I'm gonna say its name because I'm gonna get canceled. But just want to put that out there.
It's okay, Mr. Rom-Com guy. Mr. Sports guy is talking. So it's fine. I do find it interesting, though. Apparently, the author, the mangaka for Kagami no Kuni, has had a Jump Plus series running since 2020. Not, or, I don't know if it's still running, just because of Mal, because, I mean, that's not always completely accurate, but, like, he had a series as recently as 2020. It's fine for what it is. It's just one of those things where it's just like, okay, like, you go into it acknowledging the fact that you are watching, or you are reading a manga about a high schooler peeping in on his childhood crush and then other girls, and a lot of the time it's butt shots and whatnot, and you're just kind of groaning there because it's like, oh my god, this is all teenagers and butt shots, and like, despite that, like, it is still an enjoyable read for like the rom-com drama and whatnot that is there. It is one of those things, though, like I had mentioned before, it wasn't an axe so much as it was just ending the series, because the mangaka acknowledged that the way that the story was written, there wasn't a whole lot more that they could do. Like, the main character is trapped in a mirror, and like they have to confess their crush in order to get out of the mirror. It's one of those things where it's hard to make this longer than what it already is without making it so repetitive. Like, so I totally understand getting rid of it when they did, despite the fact that like it got several color pages, it was popular with the readers. Yeah, but like this goes to Haikyuu hands down, just because it is one of the best sports series that has come out of Shonen Jump. I'm actually I was a fan the entire way through. I don't think it like hits the brakes at all. Like it's just one of those ones where like acknowledging the highs and lows of the sport is what allows me to continue to appreciate the manga the entire way through. But there are so many good games, and I think a big part of that is Furudate makes all the teams like really interesting to play against. I think he does his character writing is really good, so that is a major reason why each match is enjoyable as it is. I'm very curious to see how far this one goes, along with so many other series we've put through.
Hell yeah, Haikyuu makes it on. Unsurprising to I think many people, to be honest. And that brings us to the final part of round one. And this one is a bit of a rough one, but we're gonna do it anyways. I have to scroll it up just a little bit more. There we go. And that is going to be number 22, Beelzebub, with 121,784 members, versus the 43rd seed, which is horrifically low, should be higher, is Yu-Gi-Oh! At 45,352 members.
So
If I had to guess, I think it's because more people watched the anime than they read the manga, but that is just
Yeah.
my guess.
true, yeah. So Beelzebub first. I haven't read all of it. I've only read a few chapters. I'm familiar with Tamura's style of comedy and writing overall from his other works, I think it's probably going to be one of his best based on that, but other people here will definitely have more positive things to say. Yu-Gi-Oh! Though is my favorite Shonen Jump manga. Like, undisputed, above One Piece, above everything. And I grew up with the cards. I grew up with the 4Kids anime. I grew up with GX. And then I read the manga by Kazuki Takahashi, and it is, I think, phenomenal. What he has done with Yu-Gi-Oh is so cool. I think Yu-Gi-Oh has spawned some of the most iconic characters in anime and manga. You have Yugi and Atem, you have Joey, you have Kaiba, you have Marek, you have Pegasus. You can just add a few more onto there as well, but just those are just so iconic. They're so fun as villains, as heroes. There's a lot of kind of moral ambiguity, although maybe not. A lot of people are just horrible. Like Kaiba, I think, is objectively horrible, but he's extremely lovable, and his development's really, really cool. I think what you don't get in the anime as much is this genuine growth of the characters throughout the story, particularly in Yugi, who I didn't like as much as a kid, but the story of Yu-Gi-Oh is less about cards and games and more about a boy genuinely wishing for friendship. And I don't think any other manga in Jump captures friendship as well as Yu-Gi-Oh. It is just there throughout its core and up until its end, which its ending is fantastic as well. Then you have the card game and game elements overall, which are fantastic. With Takahashi initially just creating random games each week. The initial ones are a lot of fun, but when he gets into actually building games, like Dungeon Dice Monsters, like some of the other smaller games, and like Duel Monsters, you just get to see his creativity on full display, and it's so cool. Just as an idea, Duel Monsters originating from the manga and now becoming one of the biggest trading card games in the world, I think, is amazing. And that also helped Jump immensely throughout the mid to late 90s when you had like all of these manga and Jump leaving, like Dragon Ball, like Slam Dunk. You had Yu-Gi-Oh up here, and its kind of push to media mix to have not just an anime but these physical cards, which helped really push it into the 2000s as well and helped keep the magazine afloat because you'd have those cards inserted into the magazine. So its impact on Shonen Jump as a whole, not just as a story, is immense too. It is just one of the coolest things ever and is also a brilliant story with brilliant characters. So for me, it has to be this. If I could, I would vote it like first the entire way through, but we'll see how far it actually ends up getting.
I also hope it makes it really far. Yu-Gi-Oh was obviously one of the first anime I ever watched, but I won't have that affect my opinion on the manga. But the manga is also one of the first manga I ever got. I have a very like important moment. I was at my friend Conrad's house back when I was like I don't know, 8, 9 years old, maybe. And he was like, "Hey, do you want this volume of Yu-Gi-Oh?" And he gave me the first 2 volumes. Yeah, they're beaten to crap, but I was like, "Yeah, sure." And I still have those volumes to this day, and I'll never replace them. Even though I am a huge stickler for like making sure my manga looks like it's in mostly pristine condition. But those 2 volumes I'll never replace because it's such a memorable moment. Not only just as like my friendship with that person, but also with my start of reading Yu-Gi-Oh and like how after watching the anime and being like, oh, I bet you the manga is just going to be about like the Duel Monsters thing, and then realizing the first like 7 volumes of the manga is like a completely different story. Considering we never got Yu-Gi-Oh! Zero here over in the Americas, but man, I don't know. Yu-Gi-Oh! The original series is super dark and intense, and Kazuki Takahashi's art is also very different at the beginning. I feel like it's a lot more loose and kind of very. A lot of the characters feel a lot more circular, and then eventually they become a little bit more pointy. I don't know how to explain that other than it's just easier to draw points than it is to draw circular characters. But As you move throughout the story and you get into like Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist and then eventually Yu-Gi-Oh! Millennium World, it becomes I think like Trenton has mentioned it and I hit it right on the nail on the head. It's like it's about the friendship and like the squad coming together and making sure that everything's okay. You have all this stuff with Joey's sister during the Battle City arc, and just like all that is just really emotional. And obviously, the duel between Yugi and Joey was like one of the most heartbreaking things you can like read in Yu-Gi-Oh. But overall, it's just like such a remarkable series. There's so many iconic moments. There's so many iconic characters and character designs and monster designs, and just like a surprising amount of dark moments. I don't think people realize just like how like screwed up it is in Yu-Gi-Oh. Like characters just like regularly just die, like over a card game, and I don't think people tend to remember that. Like I harken back to Battle City, with like the double duel with Yugi and Kaiba versus those two dudes with the masks, and it's like, oh, whoever loses is gonna blow up the window and you're gonna fall to your death, and it's just like, what the heck, man. But it's such a I don't know, it's such a beautiful and amazing series, and Beelzebub is great. I had a really fun time. I've had a really fun time with it. I'm not done with it yet. And if it was against a different series, it may have made it pass for me. But Yu-Gi-Oh is my choice for this one.
I definitely share a lot of the sentiments that have already been stated here. Beelzebub is what made me fall in love with Ryuhei Tamura's writing and whatnot. I really enjoy his characters. I really enjoy the comedy. I enjoy the action that he's able to do. Beelzebub is just a really fun story overall, but it is one of those ones where, again, it's another series where you can tell that he was told to wrap things up, and it does end in a way that's not really satisfying, unfortunately. Thankfully, Ryuhei Tamura has come back time and time again with new series, and obviously, a certain one in particular had a very big impact on me and my YouTube channel. I wonder which one that could be. Obviously, it's Hungry Marie. It's definitely not anything dolphin related. But funny enough, and I was like scratching my head, and then I was just like, I think this is the case, and I was like, yep. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the series that got me into manga. I specifically talked about this in the other Manga Dude collab
True.
that I was part of. And I was like double checking that. I was like, yep, I did. Yu-Gi-Oh! Got me into manga. And the reason for that is because of I was anime first. I loved the card game. What made me jump from anime to manga was the fact that I had a classmate who brought in Shonen Jump, like the US monthly magazine, and I saw that Yu-Gi-Oh! Was a manga in there, and it was from the stuff prior to Duelist Kingdom, and I was just like, whoa, I recognize the characters, but I do not recognize the story. And that is what got me into reading the Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga and then other manga in general. So I have a very precious relationship with Yu-Gi-Oh! In that regard. But even beyond that, it's just an incredible story. It's so unique. Like this is the card game manga. This is the daddy of them. And that wasn't even necessarily controversial take, but the card game isn't even necessarily the best part of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like some of the other shadow games and whatnot, I actually thought were more interesting. Not that the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game isn't great, because it is, but it's so good. It's a shame I can't vote for Beelzebub, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Absolutely gets my vote here.
So I haven't read the manga of Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, I've read a little bit of the first couple of chapters, but like all of you, I did grew up with it. I grew up with the anime. I had VHS of the first, I think, 3 or 4 episodes that I watched over and over and over again. and I would scream every time Kaiba would destroy the Blue Eyes White Dragon, like, bro, you have the 4 of them now. Why are you why are you cutting? And there's so many memories I have with Yu-Gi-Oh, like with the card game and the PC video game that I had with I think it was the Kaiba one or the Joey one. It was the Game Boy, the DS University games that I also played a lot. A lot of memories with my friends of either playing Yu-Gi-Oh, of the stuff related to Yu-Gi-Oh, including maybe stealing bootleg cards from stores and things like that. It was there's so much of Yu-Gi-Oh that is like part of my childhood and almost feels insulting to not vote for it. And so I'm not mad that it wins, but um, I am kind of gonna vote for Beelzebub anyways. It is a manga that was really important to me. Not only is it really fun, I really love the characters, and yes, like Axel said, the ending does suck, but the journey to there, it was really fun. But also, Beelzebub was running at a time where I was maybe at kind of like one of my lowest points in my life. I'm not going to go too much into detail on that, but the weekly chapter of it was, I think, kind of like the moment that of the week where I would just feel good and I would laugh and I would feel happy. And because of that, I have like this deep connection with Beelzebub that I really don't have with any other manga. And even to this day, when I feel a little bit sad, sometimes I pop up chapter 1 of Beelzebub and I just read it and just feel a little bit better because it's just so fucking funny. So obviously Yu-Gi-Oh is gonna win. I still think it kind of deserves to win, but I'm gonna vote for Beelzebub just because I can.
And that's okay. Like I said, if Beelzebub was against like probably about half of the series on here, I might actually vote for it as well. But yeah, it's Yu-Gi-Oh. So that is the end of round one, which is crazy to think. Can I zoom out? Hello. Come on.
Crazy to think because of how long it took, dear God.
Yeah,
Hours.
I don't know what you're talking about. That
I've
was
changed
definitely
microphones since we started.
definitely
What do you
not
mean, Crash?
almost 3.5 hours of recording. What are you talking about? So that's what it looks like now. So yeah, we are going to get into round two. And
You
then
say that's what it looked like now, but nobody can read any
exactly,
of that.
it's too tiny. Okay, so we are coming into the second round now. So we have knocked down the playing field pretty significantly. So now I will zoom into this ceremoniously. Okay, there we go. Now it's lined up. I have to make sure I get the right zoom in, because my OBS is set up in a certain way. But our first round of the second round. That sounds strange. Second part of the bracket is Chainsaw Man versus Shaman King, and I think it's back to me to start, which is kind of funny. And if I'm just gonna talk about Chainsaw Man really quick because I did not say anything in the first round. I am not the biggest fan of Chainsaw Man. I never really have been. I do think it has its good things about it. But for me, the cons kind of outweigh the pros pretty significantly within part one. I think part one ends really, really well. But I do have a lot of issues with the art specifically. I think a lot of the parts where characters are just kind of walking around feel very stiff, and feel very strange. Which is funny because like I know that he can draw really well. Like Tatsuki Fujimoto is very capable of drawing characters moving like in a very like good way, I guess. Like at least especially in the action in Chainsaw Man and with like the um short stories that he did, like the 19 to 21 or whatever those, I can't remember what they're called. The number ones, the number short story collections, as well as Fire Punch. Like there's just a lot of great examples of like, yeah, he can definitely do it. Maybe it was just the pressures of Weekly Shonen Jump that just was made him have to kind of just like, okay, I gotta draw this as fast as possible, get this over with, kind of thing. But it's very obvious to me. So even if it wasn't all that stuff, I mean, it's against my favorite manga of all time. I'm gonna vote Shaman King.
Alright, so I know I had voted for Yu Yu Hakusho over Shaman King in the previous round, but there was one of those close call kind of things where, I had the decision I did. Chainsaw Man I put over me and Roboco just because as much as I love me and Roboco, like I thought Chainsaw Man was better. Um, putting these two together, again, I still really, really enjoy Chainsaw Man. I think, again, just looking at part one, not part two, I think it's a good, succinct story. It is able to cover a lot of ground in the short time that it does, but the bias of somebody from, growing up with Shaman King and celebrating when I did finally finish collecting the entire series, I do enjoy Shaman King as a whole over Chainsaw Man, so I'm also going to give my point to Shaman King.
I also grew up with Shaman King, as I mentioned before. I really like it, but as mentioned before as well, Chainsaw Man is, I think, the only manga from Shonen Jump, only completed manga from Shonen Jump that I've ranked a 10 out of 10. It's not the only manga I would give it a 10, but there's only two of them. I love it. I love part 1. I love part 2. I love pretty much everything about it. If you want to fight me about it, you can. We will fight. My vote goes to Chainsaw Man.
Shaman King is really cool, but reading Chainsaw Man weekly, especially like part 1, was so cool, so I'm gonna give it to Chainsaw Man.
Well, what do we have here? We have ourselves
Guy.
a tiebreaker in the first part of the second round. All right, so heads goes to Chainsaw Man, and tails goes to Shaman King. Let's get going. What is it? Please be tails. Is it tails? Oh yeah, baby, it is.
Boo. Boo.
Yeah, Axel. Yeah. All right, so that means Shaman King and another big upset makes it on to the next round, and that leads us to Bakuman versus Food Wars.
Oh god, okay, and I'm starting this one. Okay. I threatened that I would vote for it over Bakuman. Again, as much as I love Bakuman, it's just one of those things where, like, looking back on it, like, you start to see the cracks in certain things, and, like, as much as I loved it growing up, I also really enjoyed Food Wars when I read that, but, like, I cannot justify voting Food Wars over Bakuman, even if it would be funny and whatnot. So misogyny wins this round, unfortunately. I'm voting for Bakuman.
I haven't gotten to the part where Food Wars gets bad, so I really enjoyed most of it. But that said, I am still gonna vote for Bakuman because it gets better after the first volume, and it's always good after that, or almost always good after that.
I have my issues with Bakuman, but I think I'm gonna vote for it here.
I'm also gonna vote for Bakuman. No notes. So that moves on. I'm not surprised. So, all right, moving on. This is going to be one that I think the viewers, if they have not already left by the previous opinions, may just leave on this one. This is Bleach versus Gintama. And this is, I believe, Crash.
It's me, sorry. Gintama is actually really popular. I remember being top of Mall for a long while. I don't know if it still is. Like, I remember at a certain point, like 5 seasons of Gintama were at the top 10. Insane. Anyways, I have read a good chunk of Gintama, relatively speaking, like 100 chapters. But Bleach is, not only have I read all of that, but I think it's a lot more fun. The fights are cooler, and yeah, Bleach.
For me, Gintama has the much stronger cast, and I definitely value the kind of humor and some of the more emotional moments over just the coolness and the art style of Bleach, which are my favorite things about it. So I'm gonna give it to Gintama.
Fascinating. Okay, between Bleach and Gintama, I've obviously only read all of the English release of Gintama, and I've read almost all of Bleach. Not all of it, but almost all of it. And if I were to choose between the two of them, I think I had a better time with Gintama, but I think Bleach overall is a lot more fun to read. So I think I'm gonna go Bleach on this one.
All I'm going to say is that I have a Zanpakuto replica in my office and nothing Gintama related. So I'm going to stick with my consistency, and I am voting for Bleach.
Nice. All right, so Bleach moves on. But see, the question is which Zanpakuto do you have?
I actually have a replica of Grimjow's.
Oh, nice. Cool. Okay, up next we have ourselves. Oh wow, Promised Neverland versus Strawberry 100%, or also known as Ichigo 100%.
Ichigo 100% is really cute, but Promised Neverland's my vote. It's cool. It did some really neat stuff at the time.
I'm going to echo the sentiments of Trentin and say Strawberry 100% is, it's fun, it's cool, but it's Promised Neverland. Not even a fight for me. Promised Neverland goes on.
Battle of what I've consumed a little bit compared to the battle of something I have not done anything with. I am also voting for Promised Neverland.
It doesn't really matter, I guess, but I'm voting for Ichigo 100%. If the Promised Neverland had continued the consistency of the first arc, maybe I would have voted for the Promised Neverland, but because it hasn't and a lot of it is bad, I have to vote for one of my favorite rom-coms, and it does not matter.
Big oof. I'm sorry, Crash.
My rom-com influence is dying and
It's
will
okay.
die.
Hey, it's okay. You know
now
what?
as well.
It has a chance coming up.
I don't think so, but we'll see.
Because we have ourselves. See, I say it has a chance because it's Bobobo versus We Never Learn. I'm going We Never Learn. Bobo is fun, but I think We Never Learn is just a better manga in general. Yeah, that's as much as I can say about that.
As much as I love We Never Learn, I'm going to continue to hold my grudge against you guys for voting Actage out of the competition. And I had originally voted for Bobobo anyway, so I'm voting for Bobobo.
Rom-com guy, I'm gonna vote for We Never Learn. I've also never read Bobobo, so
I'm not a very big fan of Bobobo, so I'm gonna vote for We Never Learn.
I'm sorry, Axel.
My grudge continues.
Can you imagine if We Never Learn somehow manages to win? I doubt it, but can you imagine?
It's not.
No, there's no way. I highly doubt it, but... Okay, up next we have ourselves Witch Watch versus Sakamoto Days.
Right. Had Sakamoto Days managed to maintain its consistency, I probably would have given the edge to Sakamoto Days, but I'd be lying if I didn't collectively enjoy Witch Watch more, so I'm voting for Witch Watch.
Man, I could flip a coin, I guess. I haven't gotten to the part where people say Sakamoto Days consistency dies off because I stopped at the museum arc. I really love both of these manga a lot. The closest thing I have with a coin is a Sonic thing that has the same figure on both sides. I guess I'm gonna vote for Sakamoto Days. Just a little bit over, I guess.
I've been reading both of these weekly since they debuted, and I've enjoyed Witch Watch a lot more, so I'm gonna vote for Witch Watch.
Well, Crash, you're gonna get your coin flip regardless, because I haven't read Witch Watch, so Sakamoto Days gets my vote, which means that we have a second tie
Fine
here.
with that.
Oh man, this will be interesting. So heads goes to Witch Watch, and Sakamoto Days is tails. Let's get started. What did we get? And it is going to be Witch Watch. Wow, look at that. It's a heads. So
Let's go.
I'm not surprised, but yeah, Witch Watch makes it on to the next round. And then up next,
You put it a little too high there.
yeah.
You put it in the middle instead of.
Oh wait, did I?
But
Oh my god.
Never mind. It doesn't matter.
Oh,
Yeah,
oops.
see?
Oh, wait. Oh, hey, wait. No. Slow down there. Witch Watch.
Shadowing.
Hey now, Witch Watch isn't gonna win yet. Maybe. We'll see. Okay. So up next we have ourselves Dragon Quest Adventure of Dai versus Kaguya Bachi.
It's going too fast that I can't keep up now.
We're really starting to speed it up now.
We better, but I'm losing track. I haven't read the die, so I'm gonna vote Kagurabachi.
I really like Kagurabachi and what it's doing and its cost, but I want to give Dai a vote here.
I agree with Trent here. Adventure of Dai. It's just I don't know. It's just a little bit better in many factors.
Guess we're going to a coin flip then, because I am voting for Kagurabachi. Oh god.
Uh-oh. Are we gonna piss off like the biggest fan base? Where did I put that coin? There it is. Okay. So we have ourselves Heads. So Heads is Dragon Quest Adventure of Dai, and Kagurabachi is Tails. Let's go. Oops, I hit something. My bad. So we have ourselves Heads. That means it's going to be... it's going to be Adventure of Dai for this one.
Kagurabachi fandom,
nobody's
let it
watching
be known
anymore.
that I did not cause this.
I am the one who caused it. I'll take full responsibility. I flipped the coin. It was all me. Sorry, fam. Okay. At least we have some of the fan bases still around because you still have like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. We still have a lot of the big series. I would say for the most part, we still have the big three. The big three is still in the running for top, so that's funny. But up next we have ourselves JoJo's Bizarre Adventure parts 1 through 6 versus Mission Yozakura Family.
One of the best manga ever made, all 6 parts. JoJo for me, easy.
I agree. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure by far.
Read Mission Yozakura Family if you have not. It is a good modern read from Shonen Jump, but JoJo. I've cosplayed JoJo so many times, like I can't not vote for JoJo.
Nice.
If this was certain parts of JoJo, I would vote for JoJo. As a whole, as everything, I think I prefer Yozakura Family's consistency overall. So I'm gonna vote for it. Doesn't matter, but
Oh dear. Crash is gonna get attacked in the comments. Don't attack him in the comments. I will ban you. I will block anybody who's a meanie bobini in the comments. I'll tell you what.
if it was part 2 or part 4, I probably would have voted for it. But as a whole, I think it's too inconsistent.
That's fascinating.
You can kill me. I don't care.
All right. Up next is One Piece versus World Trigger. Everyone's already heard my opinions on World Trigger, and I mean it's going against One Piece. It didn't have a chance. One Piece for me.
I'm sorry, but this is gonna have to go to One Piece for me as well.
It's my favorite manga of all time, or one of them at least. It's One Piece.
I really love World Trigger, but it's One Piece.
I think everyone would have been like shocked if World Trigger made it past in this one. I also would have been shocked if it made it past in this one. All right, so now this is, I would say, arguably the hardest one for me, and it's funny that I'll be the last one to say anything, but it is Slam Dunk versus Akane Banashi.
Yeah, this one hurts. I mean, this is just gonna hurt me regardless. Just I know that this is just the path of attrition for this. And I know I said that I'm Mr. Sports Guy. I know that I said that. But I am voting for Akane Banashi over Slam Dunk just because I appreciate, going off of the Crash comment from Mission Yozakura Family, I appreciate the consistency that Akane Banashi had over Slam Dunk.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt too. Akane Banashi is like a pseudo sports manga, so.
You are correct in that regard.
I don't. Akane Banashi won against Dragon Ball. You guys are insane. No, I really love Akane Banashi. It's really, really good. But I'm still gonna vote Slam Dunking here.
I'm gonna vote for Akane Banashi. It's great the entire way through, whereas I think Slam Dunk kind of has that one good game at the end, even though it's amazing. I think the consistency of Akane leads to it getting a point for me.
this is one of the rough ones, because Slam Dunk is my second favorite sports manga of all time, and Akane Banashi is probably one of my current favorite Weekly Shonen Jump manga of all time currently. So I'm trying to think of which one I enjoy more, because there are definitely parts of Slam Dunk that I'm like, but you know what? Let's go with the upset again. I'm gonna say Akane Banashi. And no, I was not influenced, in case anyone is wondering. But Akane Banashi has now upset two pretty large and massive manga from the 80s and 90s. And it's, I think...
I swear to fucking God. if
I highly doubt it's gonna beat One Piece, but I guess you never know. Oh my god. Okay, up next we have ourselves Death Note versus Hikaru no Go.
This is kind of hard. I think I am gonna vote for Death Note. However, I do think I like the story more, and I like the ending of Death Note over the ending of Hikaru no Go. So yeah.
This is also really hard for me. I think just vibes-wise, how I'm feeling right now, I'm gonna give it to Hikaru no Go.
Well, I think we're gonna have a tiebreaker because we all know how Axel feels about Hikaru no Go. But my vote is for Hikaru no Go. I think it's just the better Takeshi Obata series. And Yumi Hota is a better writer than Sugumi Oba in that aspect.
I continue to hold my middle finger up to Hikaru no Go, so flip that damn coin.
Okay, so we have ourselves Death Note's gonna be heads and Hikaru no Go is gonna be tails. So let's hope for tails, right? Oh god, I can't see. It's so shiny. It is tails. I'm so sorry, Axel.
It's fine, at least in one regard. Misogyny has lost, so
Has died
that
this
in
time.
itself is
Oh yeah. All right. So up next, we have ourselves a very interesting matchup: the old guard versus the new guard. That is Hunter x Hunter versus Ruri Dragon.
Definitely Hunter x Hunter for me.
I'm gonna be the contrarian. I'm actually gonna say Ruri Dragon. I think I like it just a little bit more currently.
We're going to another frickin' coin flip. My God. I'm voting for Hunter x Hunter. I love Rory Dragon, but I love Hunter x Hunter.
Flip the coin.
Yeah, I knew it.
He doesn't even have to say anything. We already know.
I'm
right.
fine either way. Legitimately, I am, but like, this still hurts my soul.
This is gonna be rough. I mean, honestly, it's like I feel like this should have been a free win, but I mean, like, yeah. So we have ourselves Hunter x Hunter with the head, and Ruri Dragon is tails. Let's go. That is, oh dear. That is tails. So Ruri Dragon is actually beating Hunter x Hunter. Holy moly. Wow.
The coins are deciding a lot of this.
Yes, but I mean, isn't that a tournament in a nutshell, though? It's just when you're watching a sport, you know, something just could happen like that, and you could get the massive upset. And it is what it is. No one can be mad at us unless they get mad at me coin flipping, but it's a coin, so I don't know what else I can tell you. So we have ourselves Hoshinengi versus Ice Shield 21, and I am voting Hoshinengi on this one.
I am voting for Ice Shield 21.
I am voting for Ice Shield 21 as well.
I'm gonna vote for Hoshinengi.
Holy shit.
It's just nonstop. That's really funny. But if we're going off of like, you know, chance stakes, I guess, or whatever, Tails has been winning a lot.
No, because this is gonna be the one time where Tails loses, and I'm gonna be like, ugh.
You know, it's funny because before anyone could say that, like, I'm like rigging the coin flips, like there are times where I have lost like by the coin flip, so I don't know. So we have ourselves heads is Hoshinengi, and Ice Shield 21 is Tails. Let's go. Oh god,
I'm
so far away.
Inside now.
I'm not gonna say anything, but I think everyone will know. You know what? I'm just gonna move it on the bracket, and then you guys can feel the way that you do.
No, I knew it.
It's a heads. Oh my god. I promise I'm not doing it on purpose. Okay, so we have ourselves Rookies versus Assassination Classroom.
I'm voting for Rookies. I feel like we're finally going to move past a coin flip here.
Yeah, I just want to point out that it's really interesting, like both of these manga together, because they are kind of the same story being told in very, very different ways.
Yes.
I think the thing here is the teacher and students of one versus the other, I think, and in that regard, even though I do really like Assassin's Classroom and Koro Sensei, I think Rookies has the edge, and it gets my vote.
Exactly what Crash said, voting for Rookies.
Rookies. I'm voting for Rookies. Let's go. With its tiny little volume, because I couldn't find a bigger picture for the first volume cover. Alright, up next. Oh, wow. This is rough. Okay, this is Naruto versus Undead Unluck.
It's very rough. Oh, I don't want to do this. My God,
It's just gonna get harder.
Because Naruto is like childhood anime for sure, and manga, and has a really important in that regard. But I think I like Undead Unluck more. I do think so, especially having in mind the second half and everything. I think I like Undead Unluck a little bit more.
Same here, especially if you split these up into their two halves. I feel like Naruto kind of, I wouldn't say jumps off a cliff, but it's not as fun, whereas Undead Unluck gets actively better in its latter half, so Undead Unluck.
What I love hearing about other people's opinions about these series is because, like, I never really thought that Naruto fell off until, like, very, very late into the series, so, I'm always curious. I'm like, huh, that's interesting, like, that someone has an extremely different opinion from how I feel about, a series that means a lot to me. Between the two of them, I'm gonna vote Naruto, though. I do think Undead Unluck, it has a potential to be really, really good, but I haven't read enough to be able to be like, oh yeah, that's gonna be Naruto, so I'm voting Naruto.
Well. Comes down to me. And like, again, it's a childhood manga, like, it has a lot of influence on me, like with Naruto. But I do agree with Trentin's sentiment that, like, I think the first half of Naruto beats the first half of Undead Unluck, but the second half of Undead Unluck beats the second half of Naruto. Not that there's necessarily a drop in quality and whatnot, but, like, that's what I feel. And I can tolerate the ass pulls at the end of Undead Unluck. I don't necessarily appreciate the ass pull at the end of Naruto. I'm voting for Undead Unluck.
Wow, look at that. Oh my goodness.
I will not let my fate be decided by a goddamn coin on this one.
Oh no, this one might be the hardest one for me. This is screwed up. Who did this? This is Haikyuu versus Yu-Gi-Oh!
This is two really, really good manga, but Yu-Gi-Oh is my favorite here, so I'm voting for it.
This sucks. This really, really sucks. I want Yu-Gi-Oh! To move on, but I also don't, because Haikyuu is like such an important series to me personally for how much I love sports manga. I'm voting Haikyuu on this one.
Is another one that pains me. It really does, because again, I enjoy both, but I would be doing myself a disservice on this one if I did not vote for Yu-Gi-Oh! So I'm voting for Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm sorry, Haikyuu.
This is hard for weird reasons, because again, I have not read the Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga, but I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a lot more important to me than Haikyuu. Even though I really did enjoy the manga. I think I'm gonna vote Yu-Gi-Oh!
And that's okay. My personal biases aside, I'm actually, this is like one of the one times where I'm actually not mad that the series is making it on, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is so important to me. I love Haikyuu, and I wish I had gotten further, and I wish it was on the other side because it might have had a chance to make it to the finals. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Congratulations, you have made it on to, I think it's, what is this, the top 16? Yes, it's the top 16 now. So we are now officially in the top 16, which is crazy to think. That is actually kind of wild. Gosh, I wish like this wasn't so zoomed in. Here we go. So this is, I know this is going to be harder for you guys to see. I apologize, but I will say it. But I think the way I have it set up is it's more visible on the video itself than it is on my screen sharing. So the first round of the top 16, we have ourselves Shaman King versus Bakuman, and yeah, this is my top 2 manga series of all time, so that's pretty screwed up. And if you had asked me maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, I probably would say Bakuman, but as of today, I'm going to vote Shaman King.
Let's do it to it. Let's go, Shaman King.
This is also among like my favorite manga in Jump. They're like bottom of the top 10, both of them. I think because we are judging the Shonen Jump versions of the manga, and Shaman King's ending really sucks, I am gonna vote Bakuman. But that is the only reason.
I kind of like Shaman King's Shonen Jump ending. I'm voting Shaman King.
Yeah!
You are insane. not for voting Shaman King, just for liking that ending.
But the ending
Misogyny is dead.
so weird.
It is. It
Misogyny
is.
has been vanquished.
Yeah, it's like one of those things. I don't know. That might get me some flack, but I don't think it's as bad as people make it out to be. It's not great, I'll give you that. It's definitely like, oh, well, that sure ended. But I wasn't mad. I don't know, 'cause I feel like it kind of lines up with how Yo feels about everything in general. You know, but
Me felt like, oh, it sure didn't end.
yeah, that's true. I will also give you that. I think if I were to reread it now, yeah, I'd probably go nuts. I'd be like, what the hell, man? But because I read the Shonen Jump series version like 12-ish years ago, maybe at this point. Yeah, I would say I liked it back then, but if I were to read it now, I'd probably go absolutely ballistic. All right, up next we have ourselves Bleach versus Promised Neverland.
All right, so I'm kicking things off here. I mean, I gotta go with Bleach. Yeah.
I think this is another one that, again, goes back to consistency. Even though Bleach's consistency is shit, because it is, I think the Promised Neverland's consistency is somehow shittier. So I am gonna vote Bleach.
I'm gonna vote for Promised Neverland. I like it just a lot more, especially the initial arc.
Uh-oh, ruh-roh, Raggy. We're gonna have a rough one, because I'm gonna vote Promised Neverland, because I really enjoy Promised Neverland from start to finish, and I do not really enjoy Bleach from start to finish. So, here we go. It's a coin flip. It's heads for Bleach, and tails for Promised Neverland. Oh boy, okay. What is that? Oh! Would you look at that? Bleach won. Bleach did it. It was
Oh my god! Finally won a goddamn coin flip.
I promise. See, now everyone can be like, you know what? See, he's not lying, because if I was rigging it, Promised Neverland would have won. Okay, so up next we have ourselves We Never Learn versus Witch Watch, everyone's favorite 2 manga of all time.
They are. I don't know, man. Oh my god. I think I'm gonna say Witch Watch, just on vibes alone, man. I think Witch Watch, maybe, yeah.
I think the variety Witchwatch has gives it a point from me.
Well, I am back to saying I have not read Witchwatch, so let's hope that Axel chooses We Never Learn. Am I right?
Ah, yes, Axel, who has consistently not chosen We Never Learned several times. Again, as much as I enjoyed it, as much as I enjoyed the fact that we got endings for every love interest, I'm going for Witchwatch.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's okay.
My spite has finally won.
Congratulations! I'm so proud of you. We Never Learn has finally died. It has not made it past. Okay, and then into the final part of this side, we have ourselves Dragon Quest Adventure of Dai versus JoJo's Bizarre Adventure parts 1 through 6.
It's got to be JoJo.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, because, Dai had a good run, I'll give it that, but yeah, JoJo's.
It did, yeah.
Dai had a longer run than it deserved to have, but
Hey.
it ends here with JoJo.
Yeah, JoJo. I haven't read Dai, so
Little tiny
I think this is the
JoJo.
first time I'm voting JoJo in this tournament.
Hey, that's pretty good.
I actually like JoJo. Just so you guys know.
Don't worry, I believe you. I don't know if the crowd believes you, but I believe you. All right, so we're obviously clearly gonna have a huge upset here, right? So it's One Piece versus Akane Banashi. I'm sorry, it's One Piece.
Axel, please.
I'm sorry, Crash. I'm gonna make this interesting, and I'm voting for Akane.
Fascinating.
All right. Again, I do like Akane Banashi. It's probably one of the best ongoing manga right now. It just had a weird bracket, and it somehow won. But One Piece, man, it's One Piece.
One Piece is indeed One Piece, but Akane Banashi has been so good, and I think like week to week, I enjoy it more. I think I'm gonna go to Akane.
I'm gonna go crazy.
Crash is gonna pop a blood vessel.
My no way! Okay, I actually did not think this was gonna happen. Holy crap! Okay.
You underestimate the love that I have for Akane Banashi.
Okay. All right. Well, everyone who's a One Piece fan, say your prayers. We're putting it all into heads. So heads is One Piece, and Akane Banashi is tails. Here we go. Oh God, please be heads. Oh no, please. Yes. Oh my God. We avoided a disaster there. At least a disaster for some people, I guess. Akane Banashi, you had a fantastic run. I'm proud of you. If you were against someone else, you probably had a chance of making it to the top 8. But it was One Piece. Congratulations.
It killed the two of the two best-selling manga of Shonen Jump. I think it went against the 3 top best-selling manga of Shonen Jump. Did it not?
Just about, I think. Other than like Naruto and Bleach.
Yeah.
All I can say is
Well, three of the top 10 best-selling manga of all time. Period.
So what we're trying to say here is that it's going to be one of the top 10 best-selling manga of all time. Am I right?
Sure.
I don't mind best-selling. Quality-wise, it's up there.
Agreed. All right. Up next, we have ourselves Hikaru no Go versus Ruri Dragon.
I mean, I know how this is gonna go, but I'm still voting for Ruri Dragon.
I am voting for Ruri Dragon as well.
Oh, I don't think Axel knows where this is going.
Coin flip.
I'm gonna vote for Hikaru no Go.
And we all know I'm also going to vote for Hikaru no Go. Well, I'm glad I kept my camera open because... All right. So we have heads is Hikaru no Go and Ruri Dragon is tails. Here we go. It is... Oh, wow. That's an upset for me. Dang it. Ruri Dragon moves on. Look at that.
Hooray! My spite wins again!
Yeah, it's not fair! I should be more spiteful. Maybe that's how I get good coin tosses. Alright, up next. Oh, this is rough for me. Hoshin Engi versus Rookies. And I think... Yeah, it's Crash.
It's me? Right.
So, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so yeah, Rookies is my vote.
Rookies for me. It's just so good.
You had a good run, Hoshin Engi, but it's Rookies for me.
And we're going for a clean sweep, because that's also a rookie's vote for me.
Wow. Is that our first clean sweep for this, like, part of the bracket? I think it is. That's pretty dang impressive.
Because JoJo's.
Oh,
had
JoJo's.
one.
Yeah, duh, yeah. Never mind. JoJo's was, I feel like that was the obvious clean sweep. Okay. Alright, into this last part of this round, we have ourselves Undead Unluck versus Yu-Gi-Oh!
I love Undead Unluck, but I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Even more, so Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, this was a much easier choice for me. I'm choosing Yu-Gi-Oh!
Is Undead Unlucky had a good run, but this is going to Yu-Gi-Oh!
I'm not mad. I would vote for Undead Unluck, but I am not bad that Yu-Gi-Oh goes.
Nice. Alright. We have our top 8. It's definitely not what I was expecting. I'm not gonna lie. There are definitely some surprises, I will say. So this will be interesting. I have to make sure I can even fit this into the OBS thing, because I think it's too small. Okay, coming into our top 8, we have ourselves Shaman King versus Bleach. And this is a pretty easy one for me personally. I'm voting Shaman King over Bleach.
This is also an easy one for me, and I am voting for Bleach.
I am gonna vote for Shaman King. Yeah, I think it's a little bit better.
Same with me. I'm voting for Shaman King.
Yeah! That's
I
kind
can't be
of
mad about it. It's fine.
little tiny Shaman King over there. Alright, coming into our next... Oh my gosh, this is like I feel like this is not fair. But this is Witch Watch versus JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
I mean, I gotta vote for JoJo's on this.
Witch Watch, I'm gonna go vote for you. I believe in you.
Oh my god.
I don't believe in Witch Watch that much. I have JoJo.
Well, it didn't stand a chance because, like I said, I still have not read Witch Watch. So, in case you guys missed it, I have not read Witch Watch in the past 5 minutes. So, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is going to move on to the top 4.
What do you mean 5 minutes? It's been 6+ hours.
I mean, in terms of, I mean, you're not wrong. Oh god, I will read it some year if it ever gets printed. I think is probably going to be when I decide to read it. But until that actually happens, which who knows at this point, I will probably not read it. I have too much stuff to read, to be honest. All right, up next we have one of the best-selling manga of all time, or it is the best-selling manga of all time. What am I talking about? It's One Piece versus, of course, everyone's favorite current series that was hugely hyped and has, I would say, muted down a bit, but it's still very popular. Ruri Dragon.
It cannot be me again.
It is you again.
It is you again.
Okay, sorry. I get lost. One Piece.
One Piece here too.
You know, I was really expecting the Ruri Dragon. You know, of course. It's One Piece.
The Ruri Dragon sweep.
I can justify voting Akane Banashi over One Piece. I can't justify voting Ruri Dragon over One Piece. So One Piece.
Yep. I feel like it's getting a little bit easier now because we're like at like we're at the top of the top. I will say this part of the bracket I think is.
You just said easier, and look at the matchup.
Okay. You know what? This is
This
the
is
hardest.
literally the worst one.
This is the hardest
This is
one
the
out
final.
of the 4 that we've
This
just
should
done.
be the final, I think.
If it was, oh man, numbers, am I right? Okay, so the final part of the top 8 is Rookies versus Yu-Gi-Oh.
Out of the like 300 odd Jump manga I've read, I think, these two are definitely in my like top 5. But One Piece is One Piece. One Piece isn't here. Yu-Gi-Oh is my favorite, so I'm voting Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, this is like I don't know, like an A plus versus like an A plus, but it's a little bit less. And it's like I don't know, it's like picking straws at this point. But I'm gonna vote Yu-Gi-Oh on this one.
I think, God, as much as I want to vote for rookies, this is me like having to like just figure things out. Like, I think I can justify that there's just like a stretch towards rookies towards the end where I'm not as much of a fan. Again, it's still really good overall. Like, and it's not even, this is me picking straws. I gotta vote for Yu-Gi-Oh. It pains me because I love rookies, but I gotta vote for Yu-Gi-Oh.
Well, I technically haven't read the Yu-Gi-Oh manga, so my vote was gonna go to rookies.
Rookies, you had a fantastic run. I am surprised. I'm actually, you know what? I'm not that surprised, but I'm also surprised because I feel like it's a series that, since it's not out in English print or even in English digital, that not a lot of people really know about it here in the Americas, maybe in other places of the world, but I really wish it did get more recognition. It is a wonderful series, and highly suggest anybody who likes delinquent manga, who likes sports manga, or just likes like endearing characters should definitely check out Rookies. It's so good. But Yu-Gi-Oh is going to make it into the top 4. We have an interesting top 4 here. That is for sure. I think some obvious ones and some definitely not obvious ones, I think. So coming into our first one here, on the left side, we have ourselves Shaman King versus JoJo's Bizarre Adventure for the semi-final round. It's back to me, and if I'm gonna be completely honest, I like both of these series. Well, I love one of these series a lot more. And so I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to vote Shaman King here over JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
I don't think it's much of a limb because I think you're getting a vote from Crash in that regard at the very minimum, if not Trentin as well. But I cannot vote against JoJo. JoJo is, let's make it 1-1 at least.
I know we can flip the coin because I know Trentin really loves JoJo, and I really love Shaman King, so I'm gonna vote for Shaman King.
Yeah, that's correct. I love JoJo so much. Yeah, all 6 parts. Oh, 6 of its parts. It's too much. It has to be JoJo.
This is one that I'm not necessarily mad if Shaman King doesn't make it through, because I think like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, just on like historical significance for manga in general, should also just make it on. So heads is Shaman King and tails is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Here we go. Who are we gonna piss off? Well. What have we here? Maybe one of the bigger upsets, I will say. Shaman King has beat out JoJo's Bizarre Adventure on obviously the most legit form of voting, and that is a coin flip. So Shaman King is in the finals over JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. A genuinely wild behavior. I'm not gonna lie. That's actually kind of crazy. I'm not. All right.
Logically and statistically speaking, it's highly unlikely that the JoJo fans are gonna drop off now because we're at the end, so it's all good.
This is true.
Maybe they drop out now. Maybe they just say,
Well, the JoJo's fans are probably a
that's
fan of
assuming
one of
that
the
they're
other
not fans
series.
of everything else.
There have been so many upsets in this like bracket. I would not be surprised if the JoJo's fan didn't even make it this far. All right, coming into the last semi-final round, that is One Piece versus Yu-Gi-Oh, which is rough. Let's go, Axel.
Yeah, rough indeed. But I'm staying true to my heart and the power of friendship. which technically is attributable to both, but I'm going for Yu-Gi-Oh.
Well, I'm gonna vote for one of my all-time favorite manga of all time, in One Piece.
It's funny, Yu-Gi-Oh is so much about games and gambling and coin flips at points, because I'm voting Yu-Gi-Oh. It would be really funny if it won on 1-2.
See, this is rough, right? Because it's like I should vote for One Piece, because if I look at my top 10 manga series of all time, One Piece is on there. However, Yu-Gi-Oh as a whole, like, I think has been way more impactful in my life, but the manga itself is like it's really, really good. But I think the reason why I love Yu-Gi-Oh so much is not just the manga. So I'm trying to not think about everything else. But it's so hard. I'm gonna vote One Piece. I think that is the fair choice in my head. So we're gonna leave it to a coin flip. And if Yu-Gi-Oh wins on a coin flip, I think Trentin said that is, I would say, very like it.
It's very fitting.
Yep.
It's the heart of the cards.
It's
or
truly the
coins.
heart of the cards, or this coin, either or. So we have heads is One Piece and tails is Yu-Gi-Oh. Here we go. Oh, mama. Okay, unsurprisingly, I guess it's not that surprisingly, but we did get a heads. So Yu-Gi-Oh, I am so happy you made it as far as you did. I'm very proud of you. But it's going to be One Piece for the final round of the Weekly Shonen Jump bracket. It is crazy. It took us a very long time to get to this point, to say the least. I think is the very nice way of putting it. I need to put this closer so people can see it on the screen. There we go. So we have ourselves the final round of the Weekly Shonen Jump bracket tournament, and the first bracket tournament on that Manga Dudes channel, featuring the three best guests I could have for this ridiculous, over-the-top, and super funny and fun time. We have ourselves Shaman King from the left side versus One Piece on the right side. I don't know why I put them on opposite sides, because they were definitely not on those sides, but whatever. So Crash, you get to take it away for the final round.
I mean, it's easy to know when I'm gonna vote. I just want to. It's so insane how we got here. But yeah, I'm gonna vote for the best-selling manga of all time, one of my all-time favorite manga, and the manga that I have way too much stuff, including figures and shirts and paintings and box sets. It's One Piece.
Out of these four, I want to say the other two that lost are the ones I'd push for more, but between Shaman King and One Piece, I'm gonna go One Piece.
Well, I know I'm not gonna win. Shaman King, I'm happy you made it as far as you did. I'm so proud of you. My favorite manga series of all time. Congratulations, you are probably going to be second place. But I'm just gonna throw it out there. Maybe Axel will just surprise me for no reason at all and vote Shaman King just to be that guy. But I don't think he will. But I'm voting Shaman King on this one.
I do want to say, before Axel votes, if he does vote for Shaman King, I don't think we should coin flip the final.
That's fair.
And I think we should debate it.
Actually, I am going for a surprise here. I am actually voting for me and Roboco.
They're coming back and
Anyway,
assassinating
no.
everyone.
Nobody saw that one coming. No, but just echoing what Trentin said. Going into this top four, I actually would have given it to Yu-Gi-Oh! The entire way through, even if JoJo's had won on the other side, I still would have given it to Yu-Gi-Oh! I still think it's the one that should have won, but in this battle of these two, I got to give it to One Piece. So One Piece wins.
One Piece wins,
Yay.
which I don't think is a surprise to anyone who at the beginning of this. Maybe for us four, it's a surprise because I think we all really enjoy One Piece to an extent. With with Crash saying it's his favorite manga or one of his favorite manga. But I wasn't sure about the other three or the other two, including myself. But congratulations to One Piece, the best-selling manga of all time. It has surprisingly or unsurprisingly, I guess to us four, made it to the top manga of Weekly Shonen Jump, according to my anime list. Yeah, that is going to be it. Thank you so much to my three lovely judges, Axel, Crash, and Trentin. You guys have been amazing. We've had to record on multiple days and have done this for way longer than I think any of us expected it to be.
No, this honestly goes in line with my expectations based on the previous recordings I've done with these two.
I see. Well, I have not.
I think we have literally dozens of recorded conversations on YouTube at this point.
This is
Yeah.
true. True.
It's a lot.
But thank you so much for participating. Do you guys have anything else you'd like to say? Do you want to plug anything on your channels? Axel, if you wanted to go first.
Yeah, sure. Throw it to the guy that hasn't uploaded over the other two in a while. No, so I'm still in the game. I'm still working on things. I still plan on doing a State of Shonen Jump video. It's just that the State of Shonen Jump has been so weird this year that I just keep revising my script again and again and again. I've got some other stuff in the works as well. But if you enjoy hearing people talking about manga that's been read, whether it's Shonen Jump or not, I've got a lot of that on my channel. So take a look if you want, as Axelablaze Productions. But I thank you so much for letting me be part of this so chaotic journey.
All right, Crash.
That my channel is Manga Crash. It's ironic because I'm kind of moving a little bit away from Shonen Jump stuff, which has been my bread and butter for a long while. But I'm planning on doing some stuff looking at weird, fun, and unique magazines, manga magazines, and I'm, as I think I've mentioned before this video, or maybe off camera, I don't know, but I'm working on a huge-ass Chainsaw Man video that may or may not be done this year. I don't know. It's big. Yeah. Go check it out. I do have like videos on manga history as well, which are I hope are interesting. I think they are interesting.
They are interesting.
Thank you.
All right, last but not least, Trentin.
Thanks for having me. It was really fun just hearing everyone's opinions on the different series and how we liked or disliked them and just had different histories with them. You can find me at Trentin Art, and if you liked the little conversations about the history tidbits and stuff about Axe manga, I have a bunch of videos on my channel about Shonen Jump's history, as well as all its cancelled manga and stuff.
Awesome. And I will be linking all of their channels below, and one of my favorite videos from each of them also linked down below in the comments. And you know what to do. You can like, comment, subscribe. Subscribe to the other three as well. They are absolutely amazing. I have loved their work for as long as I've made my channel, and I'm like so jazzed and excited to have been able to do this with them. I've had Crash and Axel on two of my collab videos before, or on one of my collab videos before, and I'm so happy to actually be able to like talk with them and be able to communicate. And then obviously introducing Trentin in, because I just got locked into Trentin's videos. Love them a lot. They're amazing. Thank you guys so much for watching. I will see you in the next video. Bye.